to the Laura's Secret Drumline and Concert Choir under the guidance of Katrina Sarko, Head of the Music Department. If I could ask you for another round of applause. Thank you. Sometimes I think their band is so much better than a good cup of coffee in the morning. And now we're really in for a treat. We have a traditional welcome song that will be performed by the Strongwater Singers. The Strongwater Singers were established in 2015 and have become an international award-winning group, meeting regular in Fort Erie at their native friendship center to sing and learn together. And everyone is welcome to join them. Thank you very much for being with us.
So good morning, everyone. We're so honored to be here today. My name is Sabrina Shauna, Gibach Noswin, Wikwam Kong Dunjaba. I am the co-founder and lead facilitator of the Niagara Women's Drum Group, and we're here today to share our song, Snake Medicine. And I just wanted to give a little teaching about that song because we were gifted this song from a lovely family in the Mississaugas of New Credit First Nation. And when we sing this song, we come together and collectively share our energies. When we share this song, it's talking about how not to be afraid of snakes, how they're a beautiful part of creation and they're leading us to medicine that's supposed to be meant for us. But one of the main reasons we sing this song is to honor collaboration and teamwork and unity. So this is Snake Medicine.
Let me welcome you to the 2022 Niagara Economic Summit. And on behalf of our board and my colleagues, thank you for joining us to chart a vibrant economic path for Niagara. My name is Mishka Balsam, and I'm the CEO of the Greater Niagara Chamber of Commerce. When I look around this room, or whenever I look around the room when we come together, I often think, and especially when we're trying to get onto the same page, I look at the things that we actually have in common. We often actually point out the differences between communities, the differences between people, but I've always found actually that what gives us strengths is when we actually look around a room and say, as the basis of it, what do we have in common? And when I look around this room, I think all of us, what we have in common is actually passion for this geography, which we call Niagara and which we call home. The summit, now in its 10th year, has never been more important than this year. We're coming out of a global pandemic. We may be headed straight into a recession. Inflation, labor shortages, and supply chain problems plague businesses while workers and residents suffer under rising costs and a housing crisis that has taken affordability away from so many. Finding solutions to these problems will be essential to assure our future prosperity, and that's exactly what we intend to do. Our plenary speeches will be given by Brock Dickinson, entrepreneur in residence and adjunct professor at the University of Waterloo, known to many of you, and by John Peller, CEO and president of Andrew Peller Limited. We have 3 panel discussions and to explore key topics. Those topics came about because of the input that we received from all of you. We're looking at the future of our economy, boom and bust, including questions about inflation and recession. The war for talent is exploring topics around the labor shortage, changing workplace legislation, and how employers in for-profit, non-profit, and government sectors can be competitive for workers. And housing the future, in which we tackle the housing crisis and explore multifaceted solutions that can build and help us build more and more attainable housing. All of those topics have been decided by you, by our members, and with the input of so many. We have currently over 300 people that have gathered here at White Oaks, and many of them, and many others, are tuning in virtually via live stream in the capable hands of Niagara College's School of Media Broadcasting team. But we need to hear from you. What you will see is happening during the discussions that we have, that we will have mics that are available to you to at any time ask any of the questions. We rely on you. You are progressive thinkers in business, academia, and economic development. We need to collaborate to formulate a blueprint that will lay out a clear directive for achieving a stronger and more robust region. And on that note of region, we are joined today by Regional Chair Jim Bradley and mayors, municipal and regional councillors-elect from across Niagara. Our congratulations to you, to all of you, and we look forward to working with you. And at this time, I also would like to acknowledge the tireless commitment of the GNCC members, our board, and here in attendance we have Noel Buckley with Niagara Falls Convention Centre, our Vice Chair, Steve Otten with Meridian Credit Union, Lisa Benja with Walker Industries, Vida Gawley with Lancaster, Chown and Welch, Janice Arnoldi with Janice and Robin Communications, Alexis Kleiman with our Next Niagara Council, Roseanne Morissette, Performance Auto Group, Bruce Peaver with KPMG, Dr. Mark Nantel with Niagara College, Luis Romero with BDC, and Dr. Barry Wright with the Goodman School of Business. But it would also be remiss not to mention our Government Affairs Council, of whom many have joined us today too, giving us regular feedback on our policy, our advocacy, and really strengthening our voice to the interest of the business community. My thanks go to all of you. And an event like this is only possible because the business community has come together, and we want to acknowledge the generous support of the Niagara Region Economic Development, Brock University, RBC, Niagara College, Workforce Collective, Force Woodhead Wealth Management Group, National Bank Financial Wealth Management, TD Commercial Bank, Innovate Niagara, the Site Act, Scotiabank, Move 105.7 and Newstalk 610 CKDB, UTV, and Soundbox Production. I thank you for bringing us together. We, all of us, have a vision for this region that we call home, And in so many conversations I've had with each and every one of you, it is in a roundabout way, worded slightly differently, but it's always the same. And it's to seeing Niagara at its economic and social best. We must always ask how we can do better. We have achieved much in Niagara, but we must look forward. When we make the investment in Niagara's future, we need you to decide on the portfolio. And my dear hope is that you will feel inspired and energized by this summit, as I know we at the GNCC will be. I am really pleased to say that we have Brian Rose, Executive Director with the Niagara Community Foundation, who is going to be our MC. Brian is passionate about philanthropy and has fostered a deep and broad spectrum of experience during his 20-plus years in career in the charitable sector. He is a lifelong resident of Niagara, and Brian has deep roots in the community with a strong network of professional contacts and personal connections across the region and beyond. He's a skilled team leader and who believes in building enduring and genuine relationships rooted in personal integrity and a shared spirit of philanthropy. Brian began his tenure at the Niagara Community Foundation as Executive Director in 2016, and he and his wife live in Beamsville with their daughter and son. We are in very good hands as I'm passing it over to Brian. Thank you.
As a resident of Niagara, you care about your community and want to support your favorite causes. But how do you make a mark for generations to come? By partnering with Niagara Community Foundation. Since 2000, NCF has been turning your intent into impact. As a public community foundation, NCF pools the donations of individuals, businesses, and families into a permanent income-earning endowment fund, reinvesting those earnings back into the community through grants. What started with two $100,000 donations has now surpassed $76 million in assets and over 400 fundholders and growing. NCF has a finger on the pulse of the community. Over the last 5 years, we have proudly granted an average of $2 million each year, addressing the top priorities across Niagara, from arts and culture, environment, health, education, and social services, often serving traditionally underrepresented communities. Today, the most pressing needs may be affordable housing. Tomorrow, the need could be support for mental health. NCF is empowering our community today and tomorrow. Our staff works collaboratively with our volunteers, board of directors, civic leaders, and charitable partners to grow philanthropy in Niagara. We set a high standard for strong governance and are an accredited organization through Imagine Canada. So Niagara, we would love to have you join us as we invest in the future of our community. Whether you want to leave a legacy or strengthen the charitable sector, let's work together to turn your intent into impact. We are Niagara's philanthropic partner.
Thank you, everyone. That, other than our staff, you are the first people to see our brand new video. A huge shout out and thank you to the amazing team at Hughes & Co., who we've been working with on our new brand and our marketing. Ali and her team, and especially Shane, their head designer. We only had a couple of weeks to kind of put this together, and so let me tell you, it was full throttle to get that done. So thank you to Hughes & Co. for their amazing work. My thanks to Mishka and the GNCC. It is a tremendous honor to be asked to MC today and to facilitate these important discussions as we chart our course for Niagara's economic future. Now, normally at an event like this, you're asked to put your cell phones or your tablets away. We would actually like to go the other way. Please keep them out. Please do your best to tweet and share your thoughts. You in this room are the people who make Niagara work, and we want to know what you think. So please tweet, post, and share your experiences. I might just suggest that you turn your ringers off. We don't need any hairband music blaring, or maybe some Britney Spears, Brandon Curry, I'm looking at you. So please use the hashtag NES2022 and tag your experience today. We also know that you'll have questions of yourself, so we will have microphones for you to put up. So please make your way over to your closest microphone, and our moderators will ensure that your voice is heard and your great questions are answered. The conversations that will take place in the next few hours, and buckle up, we've got an amazing agenda today. It's extremely exciting. These conversations will help shape the advocacy efforts of the GNCC for the next year, and we're grateful that everybody in this room and those tuning in live stream will be part of it. I'd like to open up these conversations now. While the Prime Minister of Canada and the Premier of Ontario are unable to join us in person, in recognition of Niagara's importance in this country as a major region, both Prime Minister Trudeau and Premier Ford have sent messages that they wanted you to hear this morning. So I am pleased to be able to present these two videos right now.
Hello everyone, bonjour à tous, and welcome to the Niagara Economic Summit. Since 2012, the Greater Niagara Chamber of Commerce has been hosting this event to bring us together to talk about the big issues people are facing in the Niagara region. As business owners, community leaders, and members of civil society, you're demanding better for Canadians and for our shared future. De plus, ce sommet a lieu pendant une période importante. Partout au pays, les gens sont préoccupés par des questions comme la hausse du coût de la vie et les pénuries de main-d'œuvre. C'est pourquoi notre gouvernement a décidé d'agir et de proposer des solutions concrètes pour venir en aide aux Canadiens. To make life more affordable, we're doubling the GST tax credit for 6 months, making sure more people can afford dental care and helping families pay rent. To address challenges in our labor market, we're doubling funding for apprenticeship training and introducing a tax deduction for workers who need to travel or relocate for work. And to strengthen our economy, we're lowering taxes for our growing small businesses, improving supply chains, and helping more companies adopt digital tools. We're also going to continue to be there to support industries like tourism, hospitality, agriculture, and manufacturing that are at the heart of Niagara's success. And just last month, Minister Tassi announced our government is investing $8.2 million in community infrastructure and tourism projects in the Niagara region. My friends, everyone here today has a role to play in growing our economy. We'll continue to be your partner, and I look forward to seeing what more we can accomplish together. Merci pour tout ce que vous faites. J'espère que vous profiterez du reste du sommet. Merci, mes amis. Hello, everyone.
It's my pleasure to welcome you all to the 2022 Niagara Economic Summit. I want to thank the members of the Niagara Economic Summit for all that you do to advocate on behalf of businesses and nonprofits. Your government is always working hard to support businesses in Niagara and Ontario, and we look forward to continuing to support all of you to make our province competitive, prosperous, and resilient. Thank you for hosting this event. Have a great time, and God bless each and every one of you.
Thank you to both the Prime Minister and the Premier for their kind words and greetings for this group this morning. The messages certainly speak to what happens when the people of Niagara work together as we demonstrate our strengths and abilities. We are certainly on the radar both nationally and provincially with the Prime Minister and the Premier, thanks to great community leadership and political leaders here. And we're here today to ensure that Niagara solidifies its important position as one of Canada's most important regions. Speaking of which, it is now my great pleasure to introduce Regional Chair Jim Bradley with an opening message on behalf of the Niagara region.
There's always a tall person before I'm here. The Prime Minister and the Premier may not be able to make it, but I am able to make it with you this morning, and delighted to be here. I want to begin by thanking the GNCC for once again organizing the Niagara Economic Summit. It's exceedingly important, not only to those of us who are here in the room, but to people beyond our borders, because Niagara, of course, has a great future. I'm pleased to be with you to bring greetings on behalf of Regional Council, and there are members of Regional Council here today who will be participating in various ways. I look forward to participating in today's summit and gaining a better understanding of your current reality. As an elected official, it's my goal to learn from those in this room who employ thousands across the region. Your power, absolutely, if I look around the room, particularly at each of the tables, you're the ones who power Niagara's economy. And it's vital that those in elected office are hearing from you directly today. And looking at today's summit, there's no need for me to remind you of the challenges that each of you must navigate on a daily basis. Recovery from the pandemic, soaring inflation, labor shortages, and supply chain issues are just some of the issues that each of you tackle head on each and every day. The changing dynamics in the housing market, the potential impacts of Bill 23, and Niagara's overall competitiveness add a layer of complexity that make this one of the most challenging times in recent history. It's important to recognize the speed at which change is happening all around us, and you certainly recognize this in your daily lives. Here in Niagara, we must pay close attention to shifting provincial policies that may compromise our irreplaceable farmland. As you know, our agricultural business employ close to 20,000 people and contribute more than $1.4 billion to our GDP. It remains important that we safeguard our farmland economy and food security. And I heard Brock Dickinson this morning. I don't want to preempt him and his remarks later on, but I heard him this morning on the radio talking about agriculture as being exceedingly important as we go into the future. I've also noticed that today's agenda is focused on the future and taking proactive measures to chart a path to stability. In accepting the invitation to speak to you today, the GNCC asked me to provide a snapshot of what I see in Niagara's future. With the municipal election behind us and the next term just starting in just a few short weeks, I wanted to take a few minutes to talk about my vision for the next term. Specifically, I wanted to talk about possibilities. While this term of council accomplished a great many things, the pandemic forced us to be less strategic and more reactionary and tactical than we wanted to be. This was true of almost all institutions and was virtually inescapable. But as we look to the future, I see nothing but possibilities. For the next 4 years, I'm singularly focused on what is possible instead of the barriers to success. We will build on our previous successes and apply what we have learned from the pandemic. For instance, I ask you to think about the remarkable success we saw this term with the amalgamation of public transit. This is something that the GNCC has advocated for a number of years. We were successful because the region set a goal and then created an entire team focused on delivering results. We resourced it, we made it a priority, and we kept it as a focal point. We put a dynamic leader at the helm and gave him what he needed to succeed. This was not a side-of-desk activity. It was a key deliverable, and the results speak for themselves. Going forward, we will take this innovative model and apply it to the challenges of affordable housing and homelessness across the region. First, we will set an ambitious goal that can be supported by all. It is said that what gets measured gets done, and I believe setting a target for all of us to rally behind is certainly crucial. Our success with transit amalgamation was also to the credit of the individuals we put in charge and the fresh approach they brought with them. Instead of insurmountable problems, we saw opportunity and possibility. Instead of obstacles, we saw a chance to build stronger relationships. Instead of overwhelming complexities, we saw an opportunity to negotiate and navigate problems that might have otherwise stifled previous efforts. It is clear to me that what we have been doing in regard to affordability has not been producing the results we need. While this term made notable progress, to move this needle more dramatically, we must make the housing crisis a priority and approach it with the same sense of innovation and urgency that create a singular transit system for all of Niagara. The vast majority of those recently elected did so with a focus on affordability, housing, and combating homelessness. We have also heard from businesses across Niagara for years that this is one of their top priorities. We understand that your employees need somewhere affordable to live. We should seize this moment and capitalize on this shared singular focus. Together we can all make a real difference. Looking to the future, we must also keep a focus on affordability. Throughout the pandemic, we also learned how best to maximize our resources and share our services among municipalities. As the worst of the pandemic is hopefully behind us, I believe now is the time for us to refocus our efforts on making sure the taxpayers of Niagara are getting the very best value for their investment. With rising costs due to inflation, municipal governments must find creative and innovative ways to ensure residents and businesses continue to receive the services they expect and deserve without breaking the bank. With more than 90 cents of every dollar being spent by the region going to essential, or what we refer to as mandated service, we must work closely with the 12 local municipalities to find opportunities to share our resources and maximize those resources. Even in service areas where the region is not directly involved, I believe we have a facilitation role to play to ensure these initiatives get over the finish line. With all of that we have learned through the pandemic, the vaccine clinics, and even the transit amalgamation, I'm confident that with a proper focus, there are many possibilities we can take advantage of. Should I be honored with another term as regional chair, making measurable progress on shared services will be one of my top priorities. I'm committing to having an executable plan ready for execution in early 2023. Finally, as I look to the future, I see opportunities to enhance the state of our health care while bolstering our economy. In the coming years, we will see 2 new hospitals built in Niagara Falls and Grimsby, and that's in addition, of course, to the relatively new and modern hospital existing in St. Catharines. Along with the 2 renowned post-secondary institutions who are here today, and over 50 local businesses who specialize in research, equipment, and pharmaceuticals, I believe we have a winning formula to propel Niagara forward. Again, what I see here are possibilities. I see us as a region capitalizing on significant investments and our growing local healthcare sector to position Niagara to become a center of excellence while creating new, high-paying jobs of the future to support our economy. As we look to 2023 and beyond, we will get the right people at the table to determine how best to leverage our position and capitalize on the opportunities that are before us. The region will convene a strategic working group with representatives from diverse sectors and organizations to start building the plan today to ensure we're making the absolute most of the massive healthcare investments that are occurring right across the region. In closing, I want to end by sharing my views on respect. We all remember the legacy that Regional Council inherited from the previous term, and as a team, Council invested the time needed to repair the region. We carried out this work in the spirit of respect for each other, in chambers as well as the taxpayers of Niagara. And as chair, I will always respect the autonomy and expertise of the 12 local municipalities and treat them as equals. I'm proud that Council has acted as a united team and brought stability back to the region. I can assure you that I have been very privileged to be part of a Council which was elected for all the right reasons and carried out its responsibilities as it should. But now I believe that this is our chance to move forward together. This is our chance to be nimble and ambitious, our chance to put aside and focus on the future. This is our chance to seize the possibilities that are before us. It is my sincere hope that all of you will come along with us as we work to make Niagara the best it can very be. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Chair Bradley. There is no doubt that Chair Bradley has been a tireless and extremely effective advocate for Niagara for his entire life. Those of us that have grown up in this region know that. And if you're new to the region, you're figuring it out for sure. And the benefits of his work for the region have been enormous. We know that the regional government is focused on growth and prosperity, as all of us are here today. We're glad to have had the region present as part of our summit in the spirit of our collective work. I would now like to welcome Dr. Leslie Rigg, newly appointed President and Vice Chancellor of Brock University, to the podium. Dr. Rigg brings more than 25 years of academic and research leadership experience to Brock, having served in Canada and the United States as a vice president, a dean, a scientist, and a professor. She formally assumed the position just last week, so on behalf of Niagara, welcome. And just so you know, yes, it is normal for your phone to try and roam to the US network when you're near the Rainbow Bridge, and no, nobody knows why. Actually, that might be a good research project. Anybody at this table want to take that on? Anyways, please welcome Dr. Leslie Rigg.
Thanks, Brian, and thanks to the GNCC for inviting me today. So, like Jim, I'm short, and maybe like Jim, we both have tall personalities, so we'll be good. So today, as Brian just said, marks the start of my second week. I think I'm on day 6. So it's what an opportunity to look out at this room and see everybody that I know I'm going to meet, probably most of you over the next year, one-on-one. So it's a really good preview. What I've noticed so far is the overwhelming optimism in the region, in the community, but in this room in particular. So that really fuels my fire. I'm a glass half full person. In fact, when I came to an event like this a few years ago, they had put a little tag on my thing that said glass half full. So I guess it's well known. But so I just wanted to take this opportunity to, I guess, say hello. And then also just talk a little bit about Brock. So, you know, why did I come here? I was really drawn to Brock for several reasons, but one of the main reasons was that Brock doesn't desire just to engage with Niagara. Niagara, the community, and Brock are woven together like fabric. You know, one of the 4 priorities found in Brock's strategic plan, Niagara Roots Global Reach, is to enhance the life and vitality of our local region and beyond. This shows the important role that Brock places on our partnerships within the community, and something that I'm truly excited to be a part of. To me, relationships are the foundation of everything, and I'm absolutely certain that that would be the motto for every person in this room. Having your friends and your colleagues working together towards a common goal, as was just said, is really where we move and how the future is formed. A great region needs a great university, and a great university needs a great region, and that's what we have. For nearly 60 years, Brock has proudly served as Niagara's university. Since the Allenberg's Women Institute, and I love that the university was formed by a group of women, asked the Ontario government to favorably consider the placing of a university in the Niagara Peninsula. More than 110,000 students have earned Brock degrees and diplomas. I'm going to repeat that number because it's a really big number, 110,000. And if anybody was at Fall Preview Day, Sunday, you will know that the campus is alive. And it was an amazing event for me as the new president here at Brock. It was spectacular. The joy, the inspiration, the warmth, the welcoming, the excitement. And I know this because my son and husband were in the crowd because my son's looking to go to Brock. So, and I got secret info. So since the time of the first classes, in various locations across St. Catharines, Brock has grown to become one of Canada's leading comprehensive universities. And I know this from my experience at other universities in Canada. It's home to renowned scholars making breakthroughs in everything from children's wellness to environmental sustainability, and it's ranked as one of the country's top universities for student satisfaction. I'm the product of a single mom, and I was the first person in my family to go to university. So the focus on student satisfaction and student experience is near and dear to my heart. And when I announced that I was coming to Brock, I got so many emails from people who said, I was a Brock grad, protect my institution, don't break it. So I've been given my command. So at this, you know, the momentum is continuing. And last month, the Brock's Goodman School of Business was ranked among the country's best business schools by Maclean's magazine. And earlier this year, our sports science programs were ranked among the top 100 in the world. Oh my gosh, and top 10 in Canada. It is an absolute privilege to be joining Brock at this exciting and important time in its history, and to be joining you here today because we're in it together. As the world looks to recover from post-COVID impacts and from all the impacts that we had, and I loved what Chairman Bradley said about the fact that we're forced to be tactical, and now we get to be strategic. So this is why this is such an important time. Post-secondary institutions, what do we do, right? The two in the region. We have an important role to play in supporting social, cultural, and economic recovery. From training new talent and upskilling the current labor force, advancing innovation, discovery, and playing a leadership role in supporting equity, diversity, and inclusion. Brock is well positioned to support the Niagara community. I'm a strong advocate and ambassador and champion of science and of innovation and the role that Brock can play in research and development to support local companies, startups, industry, ideas, the arts, creativity, everything that the region has to offer. Many of our researchers have long-standing partnerships with people in this room, with businesses, industries across the Niagara area, helping to solve real-world problems and create value for companies. And while the project of a university is not specifically to be value, we add value, we enhance value, we help move the dial, and we have true expertise. We're particularly excited about the new Brock Niagara Validating, Prototyping, and Manufacturing Institute, which will enable area's businesses to access expertise and advanced technology in bioagriculture, bioscience, and chemical manufacturing, all things that will help fuel the future. Brock is proud to welcome so many students from the Niagara region every year. We're also home to a significant number of students from the GTA, from across Canada, and from around the world. Many of these students had no prior connection to the area, but after being at Brock, I'm guessing, probably some of you are like, yeah, that's what happened to me. I never left, right? So after choosing Brock because of the exceptional student experience, many of them fall in love with the area. They become our workforce, they become our future, and they help us navigate in the ever-changing world. So Brock teaches these students to have an entrepreneurial mindset, to think outside the box, to be creative, to take risks, and those risks help us solve problems. We're solution-focused. People will never judge us on the crisis that we may be experiencing. They're always going to be looking for what the solution is. And that's the optimism that I'm hearing in the room today. These attributes of creativity and risk-taking and thinking outside the box are widely found among the people sitting in this room. They allow us to work together and find solutions to help the region prosper. In the coming months, I look forward to getting the opportunity to meet with many of you, maybe even like the next 6 months, because there's a lot of you in the room. But I know that together, working with the Niagara community, the role that Brock can play is to support Niagara's growth, and we want to work with you to enable that future. I'd like to thank the GNCC for bringing the community together to co-create a roadmap forward. I look forward to hearing from all the participants today, from the discussions, from the informal conversations around the coffee, and I apologize if I don't get to meet you one-on-one today, but I look forward to doing it in the next little while. Thank you so much.
All right, thank you, Dr. Rigg. Our next speaker is likely no stranger to many of you in this room, having been a member of the Niagara College team since 2006 and appointed Niagara College's 6th president in 2020. Please welcome Sean Kennedy.
Well, thank you very much, Brian. Good morning, everybody. I want to extend a particular warm Niagara College and Niagara welcome to you, Leslie. We haven't actually had a chance to meet yet. Oh, I know. And I wanted to start there because I think I want to carry on the theme that was introduced by our earlier speakers, by Leslie, by Jim Bradley, and that's the importance of partnerships. And as a college where partnerships and working with industry has always been core to who we are as Niagara's College, as we continue to develop our applied research, our work with local industries to make you more competitive, we're very proud that we have received over the last 10 years a top 10 ranking, right now number 3, and it's coming up soon, so wait for it, in Canada as an applied research college. And I think we can leverage that, and we'll continue to leverage that to work with our industry partners, to work with our university partner to make Niagara stronger. I've had the opportunity to be on the board of the Greater Niagara Chamber of Commerce, to work on many different initiatives across this region. And I just want to pick up on the theme that Jim Bradley introduced earlier. And when we think about things like regional transit, but also more recently when I think about the Canada Summer Games, when Niagara works together, we strengthen this region, we strengthen each other, and we're putting our best foot forward. And when we put our best foot forward, I truly believe there's no region in the country that can do better. As a post-secondary institution with global reach, Niagara College is proud to be part of this vibrant community and to truly be a committed partner in the economic competitiveness of the Niagara region. And we do this through supporting key sectors of our economy and engaging with business and community organizations. And we're proud to train the next generation of workers, the skilled workforce that Niagara so needs. I was struck by the fact that Brock has 110,000 alumni. It's almost exactly the same number as Niagara College. So we put those two together, and some are, have moved from Brock to Niagara and Niagara to Brock. So there's some double counting. But when you think about it, we're close to 200,000 between Brock and Niagara College, 200,000 students whose lives have been changed by the power of post-secondary education. And it's why I so value our partnerships with Brock, and I know the reverse is true as well, and why we'll continue to work so closely together. As one of Niagara's largest employers, we're in a period of record hiring as a college. And we're not immune to some of those hiring challenges that many of you are facing. And I think one of the themes that we'll be talking about today is how do we address that? How do we continue to attract the people that we need to be competitive, to continue to put our best foot forward? And how do we continue to retain those young people that come from across Ontario, across the country and around the world to both Niagara College and Brock? How do we make this a place that they want to settle, put down roots, and continue to add to our economy and to our communities? I also want to thank many of you who partner with us in so many ways. Many of you provide invaluable input into our academic programming so that we can produce what I often refer to as Monday morning ready graduates. You contribute to our program advisory councils that help keep our curriculum current. Many of you hire our graduates. You work with our apprentices or help our students gain real-world workplace experience through internships and co-ops. I cannot thank you enough for your efforts to help our graduates succeed. The college and our students value the support and cooperation and collaboration of the business community. Also, many of you are NC alumni. You're part of that 100,000 strong NC alumni family. And I want to give a special shout out to you because you are an inspiration to all of us. And your leadership and community engagement shows the next generation of Niagara College students the value of entrepreneurship, hard work, and community-mindedness. So today promises to be an interesting one, full of engaging discussions and thought-provoking panel presentations. And I want to thank the GNCC for their leadership in bringing us all together. Also a special shout out to my boss, the chair of our Board of Governors, Mishka Balsam. Thank you, Mishka, for your sage advice in guiding both the GNCC, supporting the business community, and in your new role as chair of the Board of Governors of Niagara College in helping to guide us as we work in partnership with the business community to make Niagara better. Thank you, everybody.
Thank you so much, Sean. Today is all about building prosperity and trying to ensure economic success at a very uncertain time in a very sustainable way. And that's going to take commitment from and the cooperation from partnerships, just as Sean talked about, and cooperation from the private sector, nonprofit organizations, the government, and education. Everybody in this room today. We're glad that you are all here and glad that all those of you in the sectors are represented today, both on the podium and in the audience and virtually too. Now it gives me great pleasure to invite Bill George, Vice President, Commercial Financial Services from RBC, to the podium to welcome our first plenary speaker. Bill, over to you.
Good morning. I'm sitting with a couple of Bell Media colleagues over here, and they've suggested and coached me that I should start off by saying, and now a word from your sponsor. So good morning, and thank you, Brian, for the introduction. It gives me great pleasure to be here on behalf of RBC today as a sponsor of the 2022 Niagara Economic Summit. Events like these, especially in-person events, are a highlight for me in my role, so thanks for inviting me here. I'm joined also by RBC colleagues, one of which is Mike Fluss, Branch Director of RBC Dominion Securities for the Niagara region. So in preparing to come here this morning, I was thinking about Adam Grant, a podcaster and professor at Wharton, and he wrote, "There are 4 reasons to meet: decide, learn, bond, and to do." And while I think today's gathering hits on all those reasons, the one that stands out for me is to learn. Learn from each other, our community, and the experts here today. Our Niagara business community faces many challenges as we confront a number of forces of change. We face headwinds created by inflation, supply chain disruptions, labor shortages, and pressure in the housing markets. Today we'll learn more about these obstacles, but we'll also hear about the reasons to be optimistic, an optimism expressed by Jim and Leslie earlier this morning. I'm looking forward to our conversation and discovering how we can navigate through these challenges to chart a path to stability and predictability. We're grateful to Mishka and the Greater Niagara Chamber of Commerce team for having the foresight to organize this event. RBC's partnership with GNCC is deeply rooted in the collective desire to support local business and drive growth, innovation, and development in the Niagara region. At RBC, we recognize and appreciate that there are still challenges ahead of us, our business community, and for our country as well, and we're committed to be there every step of the way. This morning, we have a solid lineup of panelists and speakers, well-versed and prepared to share their insight and knowledge of economic drivers in our market. And I'm delighted to introduce our first speaker, Brock Dickinson. Brock has worked in local economic development for 25 years. He is currently the entrepreneur in residence and an adjunct professor at the University of Waterloo. He was previously CEO of MDB Insight, Canada's largest specialist economic development consultancy, where he worked with hundreds of communities across North America. Before this private sector role, Brock headed a number of provincial municipal economic development agencies in both Ontario and Nova Scotia, and spent 6 years as a consultant with the United Nations, leading sustainable development projects in 30 countries. Please join me in welcoming Brock.
Thank you very much, Bill. I appreciate the kind introduction. As the slides come up, I want to sort of reflect on the topic that's been given to me this morning. I've called this presentation, "It's the End of the World as We Know It, and I Feel Fine," right? Partly I'm a child of the 80s, so I've got REM running through my head right now. But there is a sense that, there's strange things going on. I'm here, first speaker in the morning, to sort of talk about inflation and war and pandemics and supply chain collapse. And we haven't even really digested our first coffee yet. So I'll try to do my best to make this digestible. But there is a sense that this is a moment, that there's something going on, that the world around us, the broader economy, is changing in some interesting way. And lots of people are sort of trying to pick up on this idea. You can go to sort of formal sources to try to understand things. There was a book published a few months ago by Ray Dalio, who manages the largest hedge fund in the world, who's sort of suggesting that we're at the end of a great historical cycle and we're poised for change. And how does he prove that? Well, he's got a chart. Right? The chart shows us that this is happening. And if that chart isn't convincing, he can make an even more detailed chart with more evidence. Part of the challenge here is that as we wade into the data and the information about what's going on, it can be really confusing. It sort of isn't always easy to navigate. So I want to try to simplify things today and say, there's really three key issues that we're dealing with at the moment. One is what we might refer to as the demographic time bomb. The second is the end of globalization, and the third is the return of nature. And I'm going to dive quickly into each of these things. So the demographic time bomb, what does this mean? Well, a lot of what's happening in the world, we can start to explain by looking at it through a demographic lens, by looking at it through the perspective of what's going on in terms of population trends and patterns. So why did Russia choose to invade Ukraine earlier this year? Not why did Russia invade? We've got lots of answers to that question. Putin, NATO, security, insecurity, Nazis. There's all these sorts of ideas about why there was an invasion. But why now? And part of the answer to that question comes from demographics. This is a chart that shows the population structure of the current Russian population. And the Russian population is declining dramatically. Today, there are about 6.8 million Russian young men of conscriptable age. We know these numbers, we've been tracking them closely. About 1 million of those young men have left Russia in the last 6 weeks. But 6.8 million, if we fast forward 5 years, the population of conscriptable men in Russia is half what it is today. The ability to project force declines dramatically over the next few years. And that's only part of the story. We can also look at the technical requirements of an invasion, things like the engineering and logistics support required to mount an invasion. And if we look at that kind of technical expertise within the Russian population, we can see that although the Soviet Union was famous for the kind of engineering skills and training that they provided, that education system collapsed in 1989, meaning that the most highly skilled logistics and technical and engineering workers in the Russian population are now about 55 and a half years old. Well, the average healthy life expectancy of a Russian male is 59.4. In 5 years, that technical expertise to mount an invasion begins to decline. And this gives us a sense of part of what's happening with the demographic time bomb that is out there. There's a saying that demography is destiny. The shape of our population determines what our future is going to look like. And increasingly, for the first time in hundreds of years, we are moving into a period of declining global populations rather than increasing global populations. Traditionally, this is what a population pyramid for almost all countries in the world look like. This is Niger in West Africa. You can sort of see what this essentially means is there's lots of young people, very few 100-year-olds in the typical society, right? That this is what a population pyramid historically has always looked like. Here's the population pyramid of Italy today. Here's the population pyramid of Germany. Here is Europe as a whole. And here is China. And I want to stop and focus on this one a little bit because this one is particularly impactful in terms of what's going on in the global economy. That the Chinese population peaked last year and is now actually declining. And that the rate of that decline is going to be pretty precipitous. There is a suggestion that the population of China at the end of this century will be half of what it is today. Half of its current population. That has a lot of implications for what's going on in the economy. China has become the go-to location in the world for manufacturing, in part because Chinese labor was cheap. Well, what happens as the Chinese population declines? The labor force shrinks. Labor becomes more scarce, therefore the price of that labor starts to rise, and China is no longer a source of cheap labor. In fact, the cost of everything that China makes begins to rise, and so does inflation. And this isn't just about exports and sort of servicing the global market. China can't even rely on an internal market because that future market of Chinese consumers is going to be half the size of what it is today. So they're getting priced out of international markets, and there is no domestic market to move towards. And so again, the cost of Chinese-produced goods begins to rise, and so does inflation. This is the population pyramid of Canada. You can see that although we started out a half a century ago in a position similar to Niger, increasingly our population pyramid begins to look like what we see in China. There's this sense that we are hollowing out at the bottom of the pyramid, and that has pretty interesting implications for where our economy goes next. We're already seeing some signs of the impact of this. We talk a lot about the labor shortage in the current economy. We can look at where that labor shortage is actually starting to influence things. Since 2003, the participation rates in our workforce in Canada have been declining. The number of people sort of entering into the workforce has been falling over that period of time. Now, part of it is, in the last couple of years, we've often said, well, that's because there's a lot of lazy young people out, right? Lots of government handouts, they're all staying at home. It's not true. The data doesn't support that. Since the start of the pandemic, the number of 15 to 25-year-olds in the workforce has risen. Since the start of the pandemic, the number of 25 to 55-year-olds in the workforce has risen. What is shrinking the labor force and creating a workforce shortage is the population over the age of 55. It's retirees. It's people exiting the workforce because of that demographic bust that we talked about. So the challenge here is not that we've got lazy people getting government handouts. The challenge is our workforce is disappearing. And this has a number of very real impacts. For one thing, we're sort of seeing that it gives workers more choices about what industries they want to work in, that they can leave industries that they don't find particularly beneficial or attractive in the short term, and they can move to industries that are more attractive. This is something that really impacts us here in a number of our traditional industries in Niagara. So for example, the tourism and accommodation sector is an area where people are rapidly leaving the workforce to move to more highly paid opportunities. The agricultural sector is an area where people are leaving the workforce to move to other opportunities. And part of what this does is to drive wage increases in virtually every sector of the economy. The only sector in the economy in Canada that hasn't seen wage rises in the last year is the mining sector, and it's been about flat. There's this sense that this labor issue is kind of creating the same problems for us that we saw when we looked at China. Our labor is becoming more expensive, therefore everything we produce using labor is becoming more expensive, and this is driving inflation. So are we caught in the same trap as China? Well, I don't think it's entirely the same story here. The first is that we're part of a North American marketplace, supported by a free trade agreement. And as we look at the other jurisdictions within this regional marketplace, we see that the demographics of these countries are actually a little better than ours. The US has some mild decline in the forecast, but certainly not to the extent that we do. And Mexico has a relatively healthy-looking population pyramid. But there's another factor that gives us an advantage over China as well, and that's this sense that Canada is the most pro-immigration country in the history of the world, that we will be able to attract millions of workers to come to this country in a way that places like China or Russia will not be able to do. Now, this is interesting in the sense that suddenly everybody around the world is realizing they want to start to do the same kind of thing. They're all trying to kind of imitate what we do on this front. But it also comes with a series of challenges. When the government says we're going to start to take 500,000 immigrants a year, that has implications for housing, for affordability, for integration. This is going to be a set of interesting challenges moving forward. But it does suggest that we have a different kind of set of opportunities in front of us than the bad news that confronts a place like China. The second factor I think that's changing the world around us is what's sometimes referred to as the end of globalization. Now, we've talked for 20, 30 years about how globalization is driving the economy, how it's changing the rules of how the world works, and we should all be sort of, accessing these global markets. The reality is that since 2008, global trade has actually been declining. Globalization is no longer expanding the economy. We're actually seeing global trade decline gradually and slowly over time. And there's a number of reasons for this, but one of the main ones is that in the wake of World War II, we established what's sometimes referred to as the global order, the United Nations, the World Bank, the International Monetary Fund, in which the United States said, we're going to guarantee that these international institutions set up a system of rules that everybody has to play by. Now, what's happened in the last few years? The US is no longer interested in being the enforcer of those rules. That's not a role they want to play anymore. They're closing off, they're cutting themselves off, they're moving back, they're retreating from some of these traditional roles as guarantors of this system. And I say this always leads to a whole series of bad outcomes, things like war, piracy, sabotage, and bad driving. Well, what do I mean here? War? Well, we certainly know what's going on in Ukraine. But we're also seeing increased skirmishing between India and China along the zone of control. We're seeing fighting between Turkmenistan and Uzbekistan. We are seeing fighting between Azerbaijan and Armenia. There's a sense that conflict is breaking out more and more around the world. And that conflict makes it difficult for us to manage those global supply chains that we've created over time. Think about grain coming out of Russia or the Ukraine in the midst of this war. We're also seeing a rise of things like piracy. That our global supply chains, which rely on things like being able to ship over vast distances across the ocean, are increasingly subject to forces like piracy in areas like the South China Sea, or the Horn of Africa, or the Red Sea. These are early signs of the collapse of the global order. We are seeing a rise of government-sponsored cases of sabotage. Somebody blew up the Nord Stream pipeline in the North Sea. We can pretend we don't really know who it is, but there's this sense that increasingly we see sabotage as a tool of international policy. And bad driving, well, we only have to think back to last year in the Suez Canal, right? We understand how all of these situations impact global supply chains. And what happens when global supply chains are impacted? Well, industries suffer. And when we think about the kinds of products that we rely on these global supply chains for, something like the energy sector, oil and gas, have these very long, very complex supply chains that originate in regions like Iran, where we can expect that some of these problems are going to be exacerbated over the next few years. And so the supply chains around essential industries become more complex. But in essence, all supply chains become more complex. The average gas-powered automobile has 30,000 parts, and we have constructed these incredibly complex global supply chains to bring these parts to places like Ontario where we can make cars. That's going to be very difficult in a world full of piracy and war and supply chain collapse. This is going to be difficult to manage. And so this has some implications. The instability makes all global trade more difficult, and supply chains are increasingly stretched and challenged. The energy costs that support these supply chains are also rising, which makes them more expensive. And all of this creates vulnerability and risk, which means insurance costs begin to rise. And so the costs of all goods rise, and so does inflation. Now, the third force that I think is really reshaping the opportunities around us is what we might think of as the return of nature. We have spent the last 500 years pushing against nature, cutting down forests and planting farms and building cities. We are starting to see signs that nature is going to push back on us in some interesting ways. One of those is through the emergence of pandemics. We have learned to understand what zoonotic diseases are. These are diseases that exist within reservoir species, within wild spaces, and our human incursion on those wild spaces releases these diseases into the human population. And over the course of the last 20 or 30 years, as we've seen a rapid rise in the population of Asia, we have seen the emergence of zoonotic diseases from Asia. Now, as the Asian population begins to crash and decline over the next few years, we are likely to see a resurgence of zoonotic diseases from other parts of the world where population is climbing. The population of West Africa could reach 1.4 billion by the end of this century, and so we may see a rise in the number of zoonotic diseases not coming out of Asia, but coming out of Africa instead. So why does that matter? Well, there's research that suggests that in the wake of every plague and pandemic for the last 1,000 years, wages have risen. Plagues and pandemics cause wages to rise, and that's a driver of inflation. But even more substantially, we can start to think about the impact of climate change on the economy around us. we are starting to get a better handle on not just what the global climate system is going to change into, but how this will play out in terms of impacts at the local level. And we can start to imagine how climate change impacts agricultural opportunities. The map on the screen shows the US and where we might see increased crop yields versus decreased crop yields. Climate change has very real implications, and particularly implications for the food system. As the planet becomes hotter and in many areas drier, we will see many regions of the world begin to suffer food insecurity. We will see the re-emergence of starvation. We will see food prices rise across the planet as global food production falls and as demand for food in places that have previously been food secure starts to increase. And as food prices rise, so does inflation. This extends to the notion of agricultural inputs as well. As we think about the fertilizers and the pesticides and all these things, the water that we use in our agricultural systems, climate impacts the water level, supply chain issues impact things like pesticides and fertilizers, and so even at that operational level, we see changes in the way the agri-food system works. What's a practical example of how this plays out? Let's think about the cotton industry. On the map, we see the top 10 cotton producers in the world. Climate will immediately eliminate 2 of these top 10. Both Australia and China will be hard-pressed to maintain a presence in this industry, in part because as they become drier, they can't afford to irrigate the cotton in these spaces, and particularly in the case of China, they'll need to take that land and convert it to agricultural use instead of industrial use. Turkmenistan and Uzbekistan, their cotton industries rely on an irrigation system built by the Soviet Union in the 1950s. It takes water from a glacier in the mountains of that region. That glacier will have disappeared by the end of this decade because of global warming. There will be no water to support the development of those industries. So bang, we just took 4 of the world's 10 largest cotton producers off the table. From a food production perspective, this becomes very frightening. Many, many parts of the world will not have enough food to feed themselves. And we can get this sense that climate will be very positive in terms of the revenues that a farm operation can earn as food prices begin to rise. But that's the flip side of a very terrifying challenge that many, many people around the world will be hungry. And one of those places that increasingly will be hungry is China, which has some very severe food shortages in its future. So all of this begins to drive the notion of inflation. And we have this tendency sometimes, political parties, political actors like to blame each other for inflation. And I hope if nothing else, you've got a bit of a sense out of this discussion that what's driving inflation is this set of global criteria, particularly energy and food prices, and not something that we have a ton of control over here at home, which is why our inflation is sort of in keeping or in line with the inflation we're seeing from everybody else all around the world. So what does this mean? How do we sort of start to respond to some of these things? Well, I have 2 sort of key lessons. I don't want to get too technical on the first one, but number 1, China's screwed. There's some bad news on the horizon in the context of China. And we can see in the headlines that we're already seeing signs of distress in the context of the Chinese marketplace. That the issues that China will have to confront in the context of a collapsing population over the next 20 years are pretty significant. And that's before the US tries to take advantage of this situation by setting up conflict between US telecom producers and Huawei, for example, or by telling the Chinese that they're no longer allowed to play in the semiconductor space, or in the most recent case by telling them that we're going to kind of isolate their aircraft industry from our aircraft industry. So this is us as the West kind of moving against China at a moment of weakness. And although we can sort of debate whether that's appropriate or not, the interesting thing is this does have implications for the development of our communities. Because as we sort of hollow out some of those industries, it opens up investment opportunities closer to home. If we say we're no longer going to build aircraft in China, we're going to build them somewhere. So places like Calgary become the beneficiary of some of these trends. So what does all of this mean when we start to think about another lesson we can take out of this? Well, Niagara may actually be in a pretty good spot when it comes to these issues. Why is that? Well, we can sort of put together a shopping list of reasons. We sit inside a regional economy separated from the global economy that may be relatively strong. It has good demographics. It has a good economic outlook. It has energy independence. It has strong healthcare systems. It has this wave of immigration coming in. There's all kinds of positive aspects to where we sit in that macro level sort of a context. But I think we can also think about the practical implications of some of what we're doing. The growing population in North America means that we will continue to have expanding domestic markets. We won't see that market collapse the way that China or many parts of Europe will see. Second, the decline of global trade and the end of those global supply chains means that we will start to reshore manufacturing. That we will see more growth in the manufacturing sector over the next 20 years in North America than we have seen over the last 2 generations. And in particular, when we think about some of the things we're likely to bring home, it is shipbuilding, it is automotive manufacturing, it is heavy equipment manufacturing, all of which can benefit Niagara. And we will see a rise in terms of customized and precision manufacturing, things like metal fabrication, machining, where Niagara already has some pretty significant advantages. And we will also see the agri-food sector grow very dramatically. Input prices, labor, all these things are going to sort of drive up the costs of agricultural activities, but revenues associated with the agricultural products will also begin to rise. And not only is this the notion of producing food in a world of food scarcity, but thinking about agriculture-related industries. We talked briefly about cotton. That's going to reshape how the textile industry works. Starting to think about the implications, the spin-off effects of this change in the way that the agri-system works. We also know that the labor shortage will have some significant impacts. Workers now have the bargaining power in the marketplace. Wage rates are rising. That's good news for workers. It also suggests that we will see increasingly accelerated rates of adoption of automated systems in many of our operations. If we can't get labor, we will build machines to do some of that work. And so we'll increase the speed of the adoption of those tools. We're also going to see that supply chain issues play out in some really interesting ways. And these will vary from industry to industry. You know, if I'm manufacturing cars and I can't get a carburetor, I have to wait 3 months for that piece, that part to kind of come in. Well, that delays my sale a certain amount. So I've got to sort of, I got to bridge finance that gap before I can get that sale. If I have a 3-month delay in my supply chain and I'm in the agricultural sector, I lose my crop or I lose the season. And so we have to be aware of the way in which these supply chain challenges will affect individual industries, and we have to start to build out local supply chains in a way that increases the stability of many of our industries. But all of this suggests that inflation is not a short-term phenomenon. It's not something that we're easily going to get under control, that the root causes are things that extend far beyond our borders into the very nature of the global economy. And so I think it's important for businesses to start to say, how do I cope with that at the local level, within my own operations? It's 40 years since we had to work in a high interest rate environment. And most of us haven't built the skills to sort of think about how to do that. So some of the implications are obvious. We will use credit less. And then when we have to use credit, we will start to think about alternative ways to do that. How can we sort of grow our cash reserves as a sort of a base against which credit can be applied? Or how will we learn to use lines of credit more frequently than loans? Shout out to folks like Frank Rupsik at Adventure Niagara who have been looking at the way that lines of credits can be used with local businesses in those struggles and in those startup phases. But I also think there's some interesting new ideas that start to emerge here. We will probably see the emergence of barter systems, that companies will trade goods and services to avoid kind of playing in a financial market that has high levels of interest. We will see the emergence of peer-to-peer lending structures. How can we loan each other money instead of having to rely on formal structures to do this? And we will probably see the reemergence of cooperatives, the sense that we can band together to kind of create infrastructure or services where we can share the costs amongst ourselves rather than relying on some of the other formal tools in the marketplace. So while the end of the world as we know it is kind of a scary place, it's something we can still feel fine about, right? This is going to be a frightening period of time, but it's not the end of the world absolutely. It's the end of the world that plays by the rules that we have known our entire lives. That's still frightening, but it's not all doom and gloom. It does suggest there are some things that we can do out there. And this is not something that will last forever. How long is this likely to kind of structure or change the way our economy works? Well, if we look at those demographic factors, the suggestion is that we will see a labor shortage probably until about 2034. So that gives us a little more than a decade. Recently, academics have been sort of referring to this coming decade as the dangerous decade. An article in Foreign Affairs was titled that just earlier this month. The dangerous decade. So we're going to have uncertainty. We're going to have challenges over the course of the next decade. It is the end of the world as we know it, but I feel fine. And you can too, because we can work together to solve these problems. I'll invite Brian back up, and we'll bring a panel up to discuss some of these ideas.
Wow, thank you, Brock. That was amazing. Extremely fascinating, amusing, and alarming. I think about a few things as I reflect. Number one, bartering. If anybody needs an MC for a birthday or a bar mitzvah, just make your check out to the Niagara Community Foundation. And also, can we get you on American media like now? The midterms are tonight. Americans need to know what inflation. It's not all Joe Biden's fault. Okay. Anyway, so our first panel is coming up, boom or bust, and it concerns our economic future. And fittingly, another word from one of our amazing sponsors. So I would just like to call up Jamie Giles, from Senior Account Manager at TD and a Win Council Vice Chair, to the stage to to get the panel going.
I'm also too short for the mic. Just let me adjust here. Good morning, everyone. My name is Jamie Giles, and I'm here on behalf of the TD Commercial Banking Center in Niagara as a proud partner of the GNCC and sponsor of this event. First, just want to say I am thrilled to be here and back in person this year. It's wonderful to see so many familiar faces. One of the things that makes Niagara such a dynamic place to do business is a strong community spirit. Something that's evident just from looking around the room, seeing so many, just trying to fix my mic here. You can hear me okay? Seeing so many leaders from different industries coming together to share their expertise and support the economic prosperity of this vibrant region we call home. At TD, our purpose is to enrich the lives of our customers and communities. And as a lifelong Niagara resident myself, I am proud of TD's continued investment in our region's future through important initiatives such as the GNCC's Business Leadership Series and the Summit today as we come together to discuss Niagara's path forward. At TD Commercial Banking, we are committed to supporting your business by providing comprehensive, customized solutions from financing and foreign exchange to cash management and merchant solutions. As we enter a period of economic uncertainty, we have a local relationship team dedicated to helping you navigate through challenges and achieve your business goals. We take the time to learn about your business and industry and have heard firsthand the impact of inflation, supply chain issues, and labor shortages on your organizations. While a volatile economic climate certainly brings significant challenges, it also presents opportunities. And we are proud to partner with local business owners and community leaders and be part of these discussions today. Shortly, we will hear from industry experts who will share their insights, advice, and best practices for navigating a boom or bust cycle. On behalf of TD Commercial Banking, I want to thank you all for taking the time to be here and engage in these important conversations as we work together on a roadmap for Niagara's growth. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Jamie. For our first panel today, we will look at the current state of our economy and what's next. Leading us through this discussion is Pam Lilly. Pam is a chartered professional accountant and partner at NNP and a member of their assurance and accounting team in St. Catharines. Pam works with companies in a variety of different industries, including agriculture, wineries, agricultural growers and wholesalers, transportation, manufacturing, hospitality and financial services, and including credit unions. So Pam, come on up. Brock is already here. I'm also pleased to welcome Dr. Liette Vasseur, Professor of Biology and Environment Sciences at Brock, and an Honorary President of the Canadian Commission for UNESCO. She's served on the Joint Public Advisory Committee and Commission for Environmental Cooperation and the Climate Change Assessment Initiative of Natural Resources Canada. Come on up, thank you very much. Also joining the panel is Ian Hamilton. Ian is the President and CEO of Hamilton Oshawa Port Authority. Ian possesses more than 25 years of experience in international transportation and logistics in Europe and in North America. He's the chairperson of the Ontario Marine Transportation Forum Board of Directors. And last but not least, joining us remotely is Rebecca Young, Vice President, Head of Inclusion and Resiliency Economics at Scotiabank. She provides thought leadership on inclusive economic growth that ensures higher productivity gains translate into improvements in well-being across society. Previously, she held senior roles at the International Monetary Fund, the Department of Finance, the World Business Council for Sustainable Development. Just when you think you've accomplished something in your life, you read something like that, and you're like, I've done nothing. So, Pam, over to you for this great discussion.
Thanks, Brian. All right, I'm just going to turn so I can actually see you folks. Thank you all for joining us today. We're here because everything we thought we knew about the economy the last time we sat in this room is essentially out the window. The pandemic has upset everything, and now even as the economy bounces back, we're not only facing historic levels of inflation, worker shortages, and supply chain interruptions, as we've heard, but strong indications that a recession is looming or might have even started. So we're going to try to shed some light on these issues and dispel a little bit of the uncertainty for you today. Whether it's good news or bad, let's talk about what to expect in the next year or two. So, where is Rebecca? We have her online?
I'm here. Can you hear me?
Great. Yes, we can hear you, Rebecca, and I'm going to throw the first question over to you. Maybe the most obvious of the questions, but are you seeing signs of a recession? And if so, how long and how bad is this going to be?
Well, let me start with the bad news, is that you've asked me to dispel uncertainty, and unfortunately we still have more uncertainty ahead of us. So we're heading into the third year, almost at the end of the third year of uncertainty. But the big burning question for economists, for policymakers, for business leaders in the room is just how high do interest rates have to go to cool the economy to get us back to what we might consider normal. And so we know that we've gone through sort of a really rapid pace of interest rate rises against this backdrop of elevated and persistent inflation. And so our best guess at Scotiabank Economics is that we are going to see interest rates go, and I say stale forecast because they're a couple of weeks old now, is that the Bank of Canada is going to take rates up to 4.25 by early next year, and we're still going to be living with elevated inflation, not back to that 2% mid-range until 2024. And that intentionally is going to drive a slowdown in the Canadian economy. So, and I would say also, we've heard a lot about, the global context earlier this morning. I think that it is a near certainty that the global economy is heading into a recession. And so if you look at China, if you look at Europe, now the US, they're all veering towards this shallow recession. And so Canada is going to flirt with the technical definition of a recession, a couple of quarters of flat, maybe a little bit negative, maybe a little bit positive growth. The good news is that it's more of a sideways motion for the Canadian economy as opposed to a deep and dark recessionary type of sort of bottom falling out of the economy that we saw during the global financial crises. And another bit of a positive spin is that we do see a host of factors that suggest there's resilience in the system, and that ranges from very tight labor markets to solid corporate household balance sheets. And in fact, the pause may not be the worst thing right now in the Canadian economy because we're still confronted with all sorts of bottlenecks and supply constraints. And so, in our best guess, seeing the economy moving sideways and then a reopening effect towards the end of next year would be our best guess. Now, for the bad news is that there's an enormous amount of uncertainty around that, particularly on the inflation front, that we haven't seen it durably pivot in Canada, in the US. So we still don't know where interest rates will have to go to bring that back under control. And I would say there's more upside than there is on the rates going up than there is on the downside. And just a final reflection is that we are in this strange world where good news is in fact bad news. And to give an example, that we saw this job report coming out last week that just blew forecasters away with over 100,000 jobs added last month. And that was actually interpreted as bad news by markets because they, that meant that interest rates may very well have to go higher than we expected. So I think, more uncertainty ahead. We're definitely heading into a slowdown, our best guess is short and shallow, but there's a lot, still to be seen if that comes out accurate or not.
Great, thanks, Rebecca. Ian, we're often told that supply chain issues, and we've heard a lot about supply chain already this morning, but supply chain issues are driving up prices and driving the shortages that we're seeing. So what are you seeing in the logistics industry close to home in Niagara and Hamilton? What's interrupting supply chains right now? Is it linked to these other pressures of worker shortages, inflation, so on? What are your thoughts?
Thanks. And I think Brock did a fantastic job in explaining sort of those macro drivers between what's going on and what's impacting supply chain. So I thought I'd spend a little bit of time, maybe talk a little bit about what it means locally. So one of the actual challenges started probably even prior to COVID when the United States and Canada, unfortunately, our borders became a little bit thicker and it was a little bit harder to move goods, and we were looking for more international markets, which meant we already started a bit of an evolution on how we were going to move goods and where we were going to get our goods from. Then COVID started and demand dramatically dropped, and what that meant is that all of a sudden there was empty warehouses and just not the goods we were looking for. But what it ultimately led to is a situation we have today where every one of our warehouses is now completely full. We'd almost overbought coming out of COVID. So we stocked all of our inventories up, trying to overcompensate for the lack of demand we had during the COVID period of time. So what that means today, trickling it back, is that warehouses are full, goods are still coming into the country, but we can't put them anywhere. So right now, goods are sitting in containers at the ports and at airports, and we can't move those containers. It's taking 2 to 3 weeks to get a container from Montreal to Toronto now, just because there's nowhere actually to receive that item. So this in itself is creating additional costs. It's also creating delays and inability to access inventories, which is affecting our manufacturing and our supply chain. So we got our terminals clogged up, and what we really need to do now is look at building more resilient supply chains. How do we create more than one way to move these goods around? And I think there's a number of opportunities we're looking at. We talked, again, Brock talked a little bit about what's happening in the Ukraine. This might be a bit of a boom situation in Canada, as sad as it is. But fundamentally, because of the disruption of the Ukrainian exports of grain, it's created a real opportunity for Canadians, and particularly in Ontario and in the Niagara region. Anything that we can produce now, we've got an export market at top dollar. And this year is a good year for Ontario, driven by the climate primarily, but we'll have the 4th largest production of soybeans ever in the history of the province, and about 80% of that is going to be exported. So it's a great opportunity for Canada to deal with that sort of ongoing supply chain issue around food. The other area is labor, and as Brock talked about, forecasts of labor shortages up till 2034 mean that we just don't have the labor to actually move our goods around. Again, this is driving up costs. We don't have enough truck drivers to move the trucks. We don't have enough labor to actually unload the ships. Last year, we had ships sitting in the port of Hamilton for literally 7 or 8 days before they could actually be loaded or offloaded of their goods. So this, again, is kind of this perfect storm of challenges that we're faced with, some of them driven by COVID, some of them driven by the climate that existed before that, some of them driven by political unrest, and then the natural, the labor shortage, which is the result of it all. So it's not all, that may sound very bad, but it's, I think it's meaning that we get to a chance, an opportunity to rethink what our supply chains look like and starting to build more resilience. Obviously, we're a port authority, so we think the better use of the marine assets in the Great Lakes would be a wonderful way to deal with some of that and create more capacity and create more kind of alternative ways of moving goods. But that's sort of what we're experiencing today, and all of which is contributing to higher costs and ultimately inflation.
Brock, comments?
Maybe just briefly, Ian, you talked about sort of the impacts of what's happening in Ukraine on our supply chains. And sometimes the local implications of this don't jump out at us. Many of you probably tried to take the exit on the highway here this morning to come to the event. You know, across the province, we're seeing some pretty substantial delays in terms of highway and bridge projects, because traditionally the major source of rebar for our highway construction projects was the Azov steel plant in Mariupol in Ukraine. Well, we're obviously not getting that steel. And this is the way that some of these issues sort of, you know, they look global, they look like they're a big picture, far away kind of an issue, but the implications of what happens are felt at the local level.
So I'd like to bring Liette into the discussion here. Climate change is having an increasing effect globally, and every day we see news of floods and hurricanes and multiple disasters caused or worsened by climate change. But what's the impact locally? What are you seeing, and what are your thoughts on the trends growing to affect Niagara's industries like agriculture and wines that's so dependent on climate and weather?
Yes, you're right. It's true that we're really dependent here, especially on the agricultural sector, of climate, and any type of changes that we're having will have an impact. People don't probably realize, but if you look at temperature, for example, since 1950, it has already increased by over 1.3% Celsius. The same precipitation have increased by 17%. So it's happening, and people don't realize it because it's gradual. So some farmers, I should say, that I work with are saying, yes, we understand that. They understand also the change in wind patterns. So wind starting earlier during the day instead of having the 3 o'clock one, having also winds coming from different directions, which will affect, as you can imagine, the evaporation from the soil and increase stress for the crop. So these are all things that we see gradual. But the other component that we often forget are the extreme events. And we always think about Fiona or Ian or now Nicole that is coming. So people think about the big drastic type of storms. I should say Fiona because I was in the Maritimes before, and we work on sea level rise project in New Brunswick. We already forecasted that they would have more and more damage. So the wharf that was damaged by Juan is damaged again by Fiona. We don't learn. We don't learn from extreme events, unfortunately. And, but we have a lot of them that can come. In terms of droughts, we had the 2016 one, but this is just one tip of the iceberg. But we have also hail that can come. But also the other are the heavy rain falls. And especially when they come, for example, in the spring, when the soil is still pretty frozen. And at that point you have flooding, and I've very good pictures from vineyards that are flooded pretty badly. That has impact on production gradually. So these are all these kind of things. But it's also not just in terms of production of crop. It's also for the infrastructure. And last week I was in Paris because it's the 30th anniversary of the UNESCO chairs. And the UNESCO headquarters is all blocked out around. And I asked, but why? They had a heat wave. This is an old building. The concrete is falling apart. The building is falling apart. So it's infrastructure as well that sometimes people don't realize. And it's not just a question of fixing highways, which we'll have to fix more and more because of freeze-thaw cycle, but it's also a question of our own buildings. And for many industries, that means, have you put some money aside for some of these cases where you may have an extreme and will cost you money? So these are things that we have to start thinking a little bit more. You were talking about fertilizer, for example. How many people are aware that the phosphorus, which is very precious for agriculture, unfortunately, the world's supply is declining very dramatically. And we're talking only about 35 to 40 years supply. So we have to start thinking about what are the alternative sources that are probably more natural. And by the way, we have some in Canada that can work for that. So we have to start thinking of solution and a bit longer term than just tomorrow in terms of infrastructure, in terms of agriculture. And this is why it's so important to protect our farmlands and protect our agriculture in this region.
Great,
Maybe
thank you.
I can add. Just a practical thing to see how it's impacting us is really around the lake levels.
Yeah.
And we're seeing that 5 years ago, all the talk with the Joint Commission of the Great Lakes was all about how do we deal with high water levels and how do we rebuild our infrastructure to deal with that. This year, unfortunately, we're at low water levels and we can't load the ships fully. Both are having very, very different and negative impacts, but it means that we have to build a much more robust infrastructure to deal with those extremes. And this is certainly something we weren't prepared for, having these 1 in 100-year events every 4 years. So it's something that means that we have to start to build a lot more robust an infrastructure system to be able to deal with these extremes.
And I think you're right. The problem is we always think about 100 years event. But now these 100-year events are more towards 10, 5, 25. So they are a lot faster. And so we're still not preparing enough for these type of events, unfortunately.
The importance of learning from your mistakes, I guess, right? I want to remind the audience that we do have 2 microphones out amongst you. If you do have questions, please feel free to come up to the mic at any point. I'd like to draw Rebecca back into the conversation and touch on something she spoke to earlier. So we've seen rates of government spending in the pandemic that have probably prevented worse economic consequences in the short term, but certainly are clearly not sustainable long term. So let's talk about the impact of the economy on this government spending and borrowing. Looking at the provincial and federal governments, they both have significant debt. How will the rising interest rates and potential economic slowdown affect government borrowing, debt, spending, and the major cost drivers like healthcare? Rebecca, do you want to touch on that?
Yeah, absolutely. So, first of all, I'll state the obvious is that governments have, quite benefited from massive government revenue windfalls over the last year, and that's actually expected to continue through over the course of this year. And so, we likely all know in the room here that Ontario had a surplus of last year, and we're seeing strong corporate profitability, very tight labor markets, a lot of consumption that's gone on up until now, and I would say even this quarter isn't looking as slow as forecasters thought it would be. But all that to say, first of all, the picture looks way better than it does in terms of that bottom line for provinces, for Ontario, for the federal government than it did even a year ago. I would say also that governments have pretty long-term debt. So if you look at Ontario, pretty average maturity of debt is pretty long. So yes, rising interest rates are going to lead to more debt servicing costs. But I wouldn't want to overplay kind of the concern or the market concern in the near term, because quite frankly, Canada and Ontario are leading the pack around the world. It's not a great looking pack, to be honest, but Canada and Ontario are looking pretty attractive. And so a host of factors, I think, including those improvements that we've seen in government balances over the last year, and that will feed through into the current fiscal year, put Ontario on good footing. What I would say, though, is we've definitely got a medium-term challenge. So, if we're not, interest rates aren't the biggest issue that we need to be worried about, it is that medium-term productivity and growth challenge that not just Ontario, but Canada as a whole really needs to tackle. And so that's something particularly with, aging demographics and a lot of these costs that fall onto provinces, in some cases municipalities, whether it's healthcare, long-term care. I mean, the list is pretty endless of what, these growing costs. So we do need to unlock stronger growth. A second kind of urgent or important problem I think that we need to underscore is why we need to think about how we use these limited government resources is just the affordability. And so things like housing that we see, has just gone through the roof over the course of the pandemic. And I know you'll be talking about it later today. We've seen some improvements, but it's still not affordable. So prices have come down, but very expensive to the average Canadian. And those are the sorts of things that will make it difficult, if not addressed through provincial, federal, municipal government support, to look at unlocking, greater housing supply, better infrastructure, better services, to make sure that people from outside of Canada, as well as people from across Canada, continue to choose Ontario, continue to choose Niagara as a destination of choice.
So, Brock, stemming from that housing, and you talked earlier a little bit about food, and so food banks use in Niagara is up 50 to 75%, and not coming from the usual unemployment, but actually from the rising cost of living. How do you see this cost of living continue to rise and outpace the wage growth? What does that mean for our community here and the social agencies that support the community?
Yeah, another easy question to answer. That's right.
I like to keep it easy in the morning.
my longer term hope is that wages begin to rise faster than costs, and that this is part of what we hope we don't end up in this cycle where one continues to feed the other, but eventually wages sort of catch up. It's hard to imagine wages rising to the point where housing affordability, though, is something we can easily tackle, even in the context of Niagara, where we're sort of further from major urban centers. But I do think that many of the solutions that we need to focus on are similar to the ones that I talked about for business, that notion of peer-to-peer, cooperative sorts of approaches, that we have to recognize that this is a pretty fundamental transition that we're going through, and it's not one that we've worked through in at least a generation. There's nobody here who's been through one of these kinds of economic transitions. So how do we deal with that? Well, we got to band together. We got to hold each other up and support each other. We have to recognize that there will be winners and losers in this transition, and that we can't just be satisfied with that, that we have to think about those that are going to be marginalized or displaced and ensure that we're putting structures and systems in place to help them. I think we have to think through the implications of some of what we plan in order to do that. We've spent a lot of time talking about the need for affordable housing and better connectivity through transit to the GTA, through GO and these sorts of things. There's a degree to which those are contradictory kinds of goals, right? If we make ourselves a commuter neighborhood, well, housing costs rise. So recognizing the way in which all of our policies begin to interact with each other and understanding that one solution isn't enough to address these problems, we have to think about the suite of policies and services that we're putting in place and think about those marginalized or excluded groups first in terms of who we're trying to work to help.
Great, thank you. Looks like we have a question from the audience.
I've enjoyed your presentation so far. I really like the boom bust, and if I could add just one more B in there, and that's the border. And I'm just wondering, as you've highlighted, Brock in particular, about the demographics of the U.S., Mexico, and our free trade agreement, it seems the border has become a little more closed of late. I'm just wondering what your observations on how we might open that up and if there is more of a binational aspect to our future.
Yeah, so again, we could spend an hour on it. I think this is an issue we have not paid enough attention to in the right ways. We've talked for 25 years about our binational geography and how we should be taking advantage of this as Niagara. We haven't really followed through with a lot of essential action, and we certainly haven't convinced higher levels of government to support us in our efforts on that front. And I call out Mayor Diodati, who's been sort of talking a lot about the implications of some of the border restrictions during the pandemic and kind of thinking about how our different layers of policies impact our ability to relate across the border. But he's done a great job at bringing that issue to the fore when senior levels of government weren't sort of acting as aggressively on that front as we might like. We need to be much more aggressive in terms of how we relate to our partners and neighbors across the border. If we want to be part of this regional North American economy in a deglobalized world, we have to invest in that. We have to prepare for that. It's not something that will naturally happen. It's something that we could get bypassed by. And there's stuff that's still out there that represents real obstacles. We've got a new version of the free trade agreement in place. And one of the things that we didn't realize as we were negotiating it is it essentially prevents us from building batteries for the automotive sector because there's some language in there that we forgot to change in various iterations that's still preventing us from looking after some of these opportunities. So really kind of getting much more aggressive in the way that we identify the opportunities and in the way in which we build infrastructure and support systems to be able to build the relationships that will drive that closer partnership over time.
I would like, however, to add that we have also an opportunity, especially because California is in permanent drought now. Many of their crop will not continue to grow there. What's happening is we have the possibility to start growing here. You were talking about greenhouses. We have a longer season now. We have the capacity to start producing more, I would say, luxuries in some cases, but also different type of crops that could be very beneficial for us, especially because there's high demand also in the United States. So it's a way to increase, again, the possibility of trade between Canada and the US, knowing that in their case, they will have huge issues gradually with food production. You mentioned especially the East, but in fact, the West is even worse because it will go to a crash at one point. California is using its non-renewable water. At one point, that's not feasible anymore. So that will crash, and when it will crash, it will just go in one shot. So that's a place where they know, and some of these industries are looking at us because we have a very favorable climate for agriculture.
And I can add one thing as well, is just on the border side of it. One of the challenges we've had, and it was an important challenge, but most of the investment we've made is actually trying to move people more efficiently through airports and across borders. And the goods have been sort of the second cousin through all of that. So it's actually, we have a deficit of even CBSA team members and CBSA facilities to actually facilitate the efficient movement of goods. For example, it's currently impossible to bring a container by water into Ontario by vessel because there's no CBSA agency or CBS resources to actually clear those goods once they arrive, which again creates additional tension. Now, we were working very, very hard at thinning our borders again 8 years ago, and all of that got abandoned. And now we're starting to look at it again, but the priority has been moving people, and goods are stuck at the border, again having an impact on the inflation.
And I think one part also that we have to remember is how to bring people who will stay here. We're talking to not have the commuters. And we have I would say, a lifestyle here that is certainly more favorable because we are closer to nature. It's important to protect, for example, the Niagara Escarpment and other parks because that's really is a strong attraction, especially for the younger generation. They really want to connect to nature. And this is another opportunity that we have because we can have a high level and high quality of life here.
And Barry, thank you for the question. I think that one of the elements of what you were talking about is this sort of sense that the border has thickened somehow in the last few years. And you know, part of what we need to think about from a business or an economic development perspective is not how do we change that? That's the environment that we're in. You know, it's up to others to sort of change that. How do we manipulate that reality to the benefit of our local businesses or our local opportunities? And part of it is that if we live in a region with a thick border, it means that the policies and regulations and opportunities are slightly different on both sides of the border. So as a binational region, we've got two sets of assets and two sets of skills, two sets of incentives that we can be marketing. You know, in New York, they have cheap power. We have amazing R&D tax credits. How does that sort of get presented to a company in the manufacturing sector that is looking for both inexpensive power and an opportunity to do their R&D in the same location? We can bring employers or businesses to this region that thrive by existing on both sides of the border rather than locating on a single side of the border. And that's the kind of discussion we haven't been having as much as we need to. How we collaborate and cooperate to use that thickening border as an asset for the region rather than just seeing it as a barrier to activity.
Partnerships that were mentioned earlier. Another audience question.
Thank you. I'd like to get Rebecca back in the conversation. She talked about in 2024 inflation hitting 2%. Perhaps again. Carney mentioned recently the Bank of Canada may have to increase prime rate to 5%. But knowing what Brock had mentioned to us and the onshoring, you know, just semiconductor manufacturing, bringing almost 100 billion back to Europe and North America, is the 2% realistic in 2024 as an inflation?
Rebecca, did you get the question?
Yeah, I got the question. Yeah, I think that it's realistic. The question is how much damage will be caused on the path to get there. And so I would say that, you know, and that means for businesses, for example, that cost pressures are going to be elevated. And so whether it's energy, whether it's raw materials, whether it's labor, these are going to be legitimate price pressures that are facing producers. and that's going to be part of what, what the consumer sees in terms of inflation. And so the central banks really only have their, overnight rate, if you set aside some of the other tools, to dampen inflation, and that's really on the demand and the expectation side. And they're really worried about, exactly what you're asking. Will people stop believing that it's possible to get to that 2% range? So I think they are going to act very aggressively. With respect to Carney saying 5%, well, that is very plausible. We know that in the US, they've already signaled 5%, and since then, possibly even more. And that creates a vulnerability to have such a differential between, where Canada's overnight rate might go somewhere a bit above 4% and the US at 5%, where the currency is really feeling it here in Canada. So it is, I do think that central banks realize that their credibility is on the line if they don't kind of really hammer hard and get us back to that target. And again, the question is just at what cost will it be? I would just add, on the theme of, cross-border, and going back to that productivity challenge, and I think what, many of my fellow panelists have indicated, really resonate in that, how do you kind of live with this uncertainty? And I think that it certainly predates the pandemic. We had lots of trade tensions for the years ahead, and tomorrow morning we may very well be looking at, another 6 years of, lots of uncertainty on the horizon. So I think it is about, first of all, things like, if you take as a given that labor shortages are going to be chronic and persistent, what sorts of investments can you make over the medium term that you rely less on those sorts of, on labor inputs? But at the same time, really, I think that, Canada, Ontario, Niagara have a really tremendous package to offer, whether it is clean energy, whether it is an educated labor force, quality of life, even critical minerals, as, that will become, very much a leveraging power to be leveraged in over the medium term if Canada plays their cards properly. So I think there's a lot to offer. It's really how do policymakers package and and leverage those advantages, and how do businesses look at what some of these medium-term trends are and adapt so that we can really capitalize over the medium term on them.
So obviously, whatever we do about the next few years in the economy, it's going to be powered by trade and commerce one way or another. To drive that, let's talk about Niagara's potential a little bit more. And Ian, speaking from your perspective at the Port Authority, where do you see Niagara's trade connections in, say, 10 years? And what do we need to do now to really action that for the future?
Okay. Yeah, I think, and Brock talked about some of the high-level assets that Niagara's got, and we firmly believe that Niagara is very well positioned to take advantage of a bit of a industrial or manufacturing renaissance. We're investing in Niagara to try to enhance the logistics and transportation assets in partnership with the St. Lawrence Seaway, BioVeld, and FMT. We've created what we call the Thorold multi-modal hub, and our regional and municipal partners have been fantastic in supporting that. Certainly, we think that what Niagara has to do is sort of embrace the opportunity, and although I agree that the globalization is certainly slowing down, there's still a huge opportunity for Niagara to invest in value-added services, and how do we manufacture goods, and how do we add value to the goods, and they still need to find markets, and they still need to have materials brought into them. So Niagara is on the Welland Canal, and the rail transportation and the good highway network, the proximity to the United States. I think all of those bode well for Niagara. What we would encourage is that as a region, we continue to invest in those industrial assets and also protect them. It's a big challenge we see in many different jurisdictions, where the gentrification of sort of residential areas around ports has made it very difficult and more expensive to move goods through these facilities. And I think if Niagara looks at it very strategically and says, let's create these significantly important employment zones or industrial zones, and make sure that we've got the right protection so that we can justify the investments, then it's very well positioned to take advantage of it. But it is one of the areas in the country that's truly multimodal, and something that's can be really taken advantage of. Again, thicker or thinner, we have a wonderful proximity to the United States, and whatever the border is going to be, there's an opportunity for Niagara to even if it's through distribution, but also through manufacturing. And we've seen some great examples in the last few years of companies relocating into the region. The other piece is we need to kind of make sure that every transportation mode is tied together rather than looking at them as in silos. The key is that for a manufacturer or an industry to really thrive, they need to have what we would call modal choice. So they need to be able to access marine, they need to be able to access rail, they need to be able to access truck, and take advantage of that when it's happening. Sometimes we've had a tendency to see them as exclusive, but to have a really effective system, we need to make sure that they're all tied in together. And the final piece I'll say, and I think Niagara is doing a wonderful job, and we saw some great presentations this morning, but I think we need to work on our workforce. That'll be a real competitive advantage if we can provide the labor locally, and particularly around the trades. That'll position us quite further ahead than other jurisdictions that just don't have those assets available. So overall, as I said, we're investing in Niagara. We're going to continue to invest in Niagara. The other facilities, multimodal facilities like in Hamilton, are really at capacity. There's a huge opportunity here for us to embrace together.
Thanks, Ian. Another question from the audience?
Hi, Vern Milo. Brock, thank you so much for a very enlightening talk. From what you had to say, though, I do agree with you that Immigration Canada, philosophically and policy-wise, is one of the best, makes us one of the best countries in the world. But I also look at your overwhelming evidence that our battleground worldwide is going to be access to labor. And I really wonder whether Immigration Canada now needs to up their game. I find it rather ironic that we talk about 250,000 people, 500,000 people immigrating to Canada but having no place to live, and yet we have not immigrated drywallers or framers or carpenters. What are your thoughts on that, and should we be doing something at a policy level?
Yeah, thanks, Vern. I think, some interesting implications here, because often we get policy first and then we have to figure out the practical elements of what follows on. And I think the announcement that we're going to have 500,000 immigrants a year was followed quickly by a provincial announcement that we're going to sort of, abandon elements of the Greenbelt and start to build more housing. So this trickles down increasingly to the local level. We start, it's a federal policy that changes provincial policy that will impact us in local communities. And I think that, we're the ones that have to figure out a lot of this stuff. I do see some interesting signs in terms of changing the composition of that very large immigrant group to kind of better reflect the labor needs in Canada. So there is, for example, an agri-food pilot project that's underway right now through Citizenship and Immigration Canada, which is saying maybe we don't just need to kind of bring PhDs and highly skilled workers to the country. Maybe we need to kind of look at gaps that exist within the existing workforce and how we fill those needs. We need to get those past the pilot project stage. I think the pilot project included 1,300 workers or something like that. So nowhere near the needs that we have in the agri-food sector, but to start to kind of embrace more of that experimentation and sort of think about a broader and more strategic perspective to immigration overall. We've done really well as a country by saying we want the most educated, most skilled, most capable people in the world to come here. Now we also need to think about the specific skill sets that certain industries are going to need. And we know which industries are already suffering under the transition of the way our labor force works. So let's think specifically about those sectors: tourism and hospitality, agri-food services, the mining sector. These are places where we're struggling to find workers. So let's think about how we engage appropriate immigration to help meet the needs of those industries.
Question over here.
We heard some pretty optimistic news about Canada's outlook for the next 10, 15 years, just based on this state of the globalized economy and all of that. But one of the reports that came out at the beginning of this year from the OECD is that Canada is going to be the worst performing advanced economy in the world for the next 4 decades. And one of the major factors that they speak about in that report is labor productivity. Canada has a really terrible growth in labor productivity per person, right? So what are some tactical things, strategic things that we can see at the federal, provincial, municipal level that could potentially increase that labor productivity? Because I think it's more than just a number of people that we have working, but how do we increase the output of every person working?
I'll give one example of that. That for every vessel that we move, we have the potential of effectively taking 965 trucks off the road. What that means is you've got 965 drivers versus the 14 members of crew on the ship, and you're moving the same number of goods. And I think once we start to understand how to address it, and I know Brock talked about it in his presentation about we either figure it out or we're going to replace it with machines, but also there's some really practical things that can be done to say how do we, me talking specifically about supply chains, how do we actually use the same amount of labor to move the goods more efficiently and more sustainably. So I think that's just an anecdotal example of the types of things that can be looked at to address the labor shortage.
Again, a very large question, maybe just to carve out one quick slice. I did sort of touch on the notion that we may see an accelerated move to automation in a lot of industries. And I think it'll be interesting to see how that plays out. That's one of the obvious ways in which we can ramp up our productivity. It's a place where Canada has lagged, that we have not adopted automation as quickly as other OECD economies, and so there is an opportunity there. I believe Dr. Ian Potter from the Vineland Research Center is here. They're doing some really interesting work, for example, with a robotic mushroom picker. This is an indication of how automation could impact all kinds of industries beyond just the manufacturing sector, but to start to think about how it plays into a range of industries. And if we have a labor shortage, then one way to kind of start to overcome both that labor gap and the productivity challenge is to increasingly start to think about how automation plays a role in complementing our existing operations in many of our key sectors.
But I would like to add probably that it's a question also of to have a productive worker, you have to have the right conditions. If the salary is not there, and you're right, people move from one job to another very rapidly now, but it's a question of not just the salary, it's a question of the quality of life. Home and family versus work, but it's also a question of the way that we treat certain type of jobs right now that are pretty demoralizing for some people. So these are all things that we have to start rethinking. Conditions at work, having a welcoming workplace, for example. It's not everywhere, unfortunately, so that is also impacting a lot. And I should say, especially the younger generation, if they don't like a place, they will just quit tomorrow morning. And this is the reality. And they are a lot more attuned, I would say, to quality of life and work-family balance than probably a lot of us here that are established and that we have, push. They don't necessarily want the same system. And I think when you were talking about, transition, we call often just transition. And that brings the question of transformation. We discuss a lot of that, the UNESCO chairs together. We are 500 together. And this is something that is clear. Countries have to start thinking about how to transform. And transform in terms, and it's a social, environmental, economic contract that has to be all together. It cannot be just economic.
Okay, so we have time for one more audience question here.
Hi, good morning, Marc Nantel, Niagara College. I want to go back to the importing of talent, if you want. And it's great to get a lot of people with great expertise and experience in the country, but and maybe this is just anecdotal and not so much statistics, but we keep hearing about the gynecologist driving a taxi or the engineer serving pizza. What can we do to reduce the friction between bringing people in and them ending up in the job that's useful for the country and for themselves and their family? Is there a way to address where those friction points are? Some of them are about certifications. Some of them are about unions requiring various dues and whatnot. And what's the role of post-secondary education institutions in helping out with that and reducing the friction?
Who wants to tackle that?
So I'm the entrepreneur in residence at the University of Waterloo, right? When you're a hammer, everything looks like a nail. So when I look at this big wave of immigration that's coming, the reality is that immigrants start businesses more than the sort of native-born population, the settler population here. So one of the opportunities that we don't talk enough about is, yeah, if there are systemic barriers to participation in the workforce using your skills because of licensing or accreditation or these sorts of things, you can bypass that by launching a new venture. You have the accreditation you need to do something interesting in the marketplace beyond driving the taxi or working, delivering pizzas or whatever. So we have lots of entrepreneurship support programs, but have we really done enough to orient our entrepreneurship support programs to support the needs of immigrants? Are these programs that we've developed sufficient to kind of meet the different kinds of questions and barriers and issues that they will be facing moving into these spaces? And I think that's an area where we could strongly kind of improve our game, where we could do a much better job of serving that population than we do currently. And it may connect as well to that notion of a just transformation, of providing pathways and opportunities to our newcomer population that are currently closed, that we don't provide adequate supports in.
I should say probably that I was part of the Consortium National de Formation en Santé, which is the Francophone part of Health Canada, if you want, that look at minorities, Francophone minorities, and especially in the sector of health. So doctors, nurses, specialists. And it was a battle for several years to start having the possibility of credential. Even if, by the way, the United Nations, and especially UNESCO, has a recommendation on qualification. Unfortunately, Canada has not moved fast enough to accept these qualifications. Now, it's starting in some provinces. Quebec is probably the most advanced right now for health, but we still have engineering, we still have a lot of other professions that unfortunately we don't have. And you're right, it's either create a new venture or probably more discussion between universities and the governments to start having this possibility of readjusting in some cases. For nursing, it's coming, but there are also a lot of other specialist groups that probably need this, just this readjustment in some way.
Rebecca, would you like to comment on that?
Yeah, absolutely, because this is a really important issue and something, in fact, that Scotiabank Economics has talked about publicly in the past. And I think it connects back with earlier questions, is that, you know, we can't just think about immigration in terms of the numbers we get here. We need to be far more strategic now that we've got 1 million job vacancies across the country. So even 500,000 new Canadians aren't going to fill those jobs. So we really need to think about, you know, a whole host of roles that newcomers can play. But that gap between the education and the jobs that they actually fill is enormous. So 2/3 of newcomers have university degrees, but only 1/3 actually use them. So that, you know, that's a big loss for the Canadian economy, but it's a really big loss for the household of that new Canadian, because it also then means a very big hit to their personal income. So I do think we need, you know, there's no simple answer for each individual. It is going to be different. Some it'll be credentials, some it'll be work experience or, you know, education, and that's where I think the international student program can help, that they get some Canadian experience that helps on the way. But I think, you know, collectively, you know, policymakers, business leaders, you know, societal groups really need to think about how quickly from the time newcomers arrive or even before they get here, can they basically upskill or up jobs. So they may start in a lower wage position while they're building experience, but that shouldn't be the end point. You know, really, how can we within, say, 5 years, make sure that they are on a track to, you know, to make sure that they are working in a position commensurate with their skill set and their education.
Okay, great. We are out of time, so I just want to thank all of our panelists today. I think we can take a lot of insights from the discussion here this morning, and hopefully, in the words of Chair Bradley, make Niagara the best it can very be. Back to you, Brian.
Thank you, panel. That was fantastic. Thank you very much, Pam, for your leadership in steering this group with amazing insights. And thank you, everyone, to the panel. If you could please head that way. Mishka has a wonderful parting gift for you. So thank you very much to the panel. I know many of you would like to discuss more what we've heard today, so we're coming up to the first intermission. Zamboni's going to come clean the ice. So please 10-15 minute break. So please feel free to disperse, grab that coffee, grab a water, bio break, whatever you need. Please come back 10-15 minutes. If not, I'm getting a bus pan and a ladle because I don't have a drum. That was the theme this morning, to get everybody back. See you in 10. Thank you. Welcome back, everyone. If you could please take your seats, we'll get the second period started here. If you can all find your seats, come on in from outside, please. Fill your coffee, come on in. Take your seats. We're going to get going in 1 minute. Welcome back, everyone. Please take your seats. We're going to get going. We still have a long day ahead. Come on in, everybody. Fill up that coffee. Grab a muffin. Okay, we are going to get going, start off the second period here. Welcome back. Thank you for taking your seats. We're going to start off the next section. We're thrilled that Innovate Niagara is represented here today. Please, we've got something coming up on the screen, so your attention to the screens, please.
All great companies start as brilliant ideas. But while anyone can have a great idea, the trick is to discover how to plug it into the world and reveal its potential. But where do you begin? How do you move from idea to concept to greatness? The Innovate Niagara team can help. We offer the most comprehensive one-window approach to commercializing your idea into something more. Whether you're a graduating student, a fledgling startup, or an established business, Innovate Niagara provides the structure, services, and resources you need to get your new idea or business off the ground. We offer mentorship, market intelligence, tech incubation, workshops and events, and networking opportunities. We pair enterprises with academic and research support and provide guidance for accessing resources. Essentially, our lines reach out to all of what Ontario and Canada have to offer, and we've put it all in one place. We've done the legwork. All you need to do is plug in. Now, we know how difficult money is to come by in the early stages of your business, which is why our services are offered at little or no cost. Apply to be a client on our website for one-on-one consultation, and don't worry about being left on your own. Innovate Niagara is about building relationships and being accountable to you. We provide you with the structure for success and follow-up to ensure you stay connected. These are your ideas, and we think they're amazing. Connect with Innovate Niagara. Plug your ideas into the world.
All right, great video. Thank you. Innovate Niagara's mission is to support new and growing companies. Many of you in here might be one of those. They do a huge amount to nurture Niagara's entrepreneurs. But as we know, the broader economy is a crucial factor in the success of any enterprise, and one that we don't have much control over. For an overview on the broader economic status of where we are and how it impacts us, we're glad to be joined by experts at every level. Joining us first is Blake Landry, Manager of Research and Economic Analysis at the Niagara Region Economic Development. Blake, over to you.
Thank you. So I'm going to take you through a rapid fire economic update that focuses on the key indicators for Niagara. So I actually produce this information twice annually. All of the figures you'll see are adjusted for inflation and seasonally adjusted. So here we go. So in terms of real GDP, you could see there, this is basically quarterly information. But you could see Q2 2020, there was a major kind of dip in GDP for Niagara. Obviously, that was the height of the pandemic. But thankfully, it rebounded very quickly. However, through 2023, we're expected to see modest growth. So over the year, only about 300 million or 1.7% growth. Real GDP per capita is a great indicator for productivity. So I needed to bring this to your attention. Niagara actually lags Ontario. However, our position is projected to improve through 2023. In terms of international trade, Niagara is a trading region. It's important to note that about 90% of all goods exported are manufactured goods, and about 85% of all of these goods go to the United States. Something very interesting happened during the pandemic. You can see in 2019, the export values were about 4.7 billion. In 2020, during the pandemic, they increased to 6.1 billion, and then 2021 to 6.54 billion. So this is really interesting to discover. Niagara is a global trading region, and during the pandemic, it appears that demand for our goods really increased by a significant margin. So part of the challenge now is maintaining this growth going forward. In terms of business counts, Niagara lost 400 firms with employees during the height of the pandemic, but we gained businesses without employees. So I believe that a lot of the firms that we lost with employees actually changed their status with layoffs and that sort of thing. However, in 2022, there's a very quick rebound. Niagara gained 603 businesses without employees and 432 businesses with employees. So not only did we recover what we lost, but we made significant gains as well. In regards to retail sales peaked at 6.9 billion in Q1 2022. This was a result of a lot of pent-up disposable income in the region. However, as a result of the pandemic, it's projected to slow through 2023, especially with things like higher interest rates and increased cost of living. So in regards to inflation, the Consumer Price Index, CPI, is a widely used measure for inflation. So we can see here in Q1 2022, there was a major peak in inflation in Niagara. So this shows quarter over quarter changes. However, inflation is projected to slow in Niagara over 2023, which is positive. Niagara household income per capita is actually lags Ontario. This has been a historical kind of characteristic. However, Niagara's growth is projected to outpace Ontario in 2023, but we're not going to catch up. So this is a recurring challenge in the regional economy, especially when we have high interest rates, higher inflation, that sort of thing. In regards to investment in building construction, Niagara has had a very strong 5 years, and that does not seem to be slowing down. There was a dip right at the peak of the pandemic, but it quickly rebounded, and we continue to see high levels of investment across many different sectors. In regards to the non-residential building sector, we can see that there was a decline in commercial investment. This is likely due to the impacts of the pandemic on the need for office space and other forms of commercial space. However, we did see growth in industrial as well as institutional and government. In regards to residential building construction, it still remains quite strong quarter over quarter, and we anticipate this will remain strong into the future as we have not seen much of a dip in this respect. In regards to the labor force, so this is a major topic of conversation. Niagara's labor force reached 242,000 by Q2 2022. So that's actually a record high. There's a record high number of people in the labor force. However, we're seeing this shrink right now. We've heard about the 100,000 kind of jobs and a lot of the labor force indicators across the country, but in Niagara, we're actually starting to see a decline in labor force participation. Right now, we're sitting at about 226,000. So it peaked during the summer, but we're starting to see some softening in the labor force. In regards to employment, in Q2 2022, Niagara also reached our highest level of employment on record. However, this is also softening. Right now, it currently sits at about 212,000. So as mentioned, could actually be perceived as positive because more people are actually available in the labor force for businesses looking to employ. So our unemployment rate also peaked Q1 2020 during the pandemic, and then it quickly declined. And now, as of Q2 2022, it reached a historical low of about 4.9%. However, we also see this kind of softening up as well. It now sits at about 6.4%. However, that's not necessarily a good thing, as I mentioned, because it means there's available labor for employers. And lastly, participation rate. So Niagara has historically lagged Ontario in regards to labor force participation. A lot of it has to do with our aging demographic here. During the summer, we peaked at 64.6%, which is actually very high for Niagara. However, this has also softened up, and we are at about 60% right now. Thank you very much. One thing I forgot to mention is all of this information is available in the Niagara Economic Update that we do twice annually. It's available on our website. If you go to the data reports section, that's where you'll find it.
Thank you, Blake. Blake has delivered a number of economic updates for this summit over the years, and we're always grateful for his data-driven, fact-based analysis. And as he mentioned, if you would like more information, please check out the website. As the GNCC is a member of the Ontario Chamber of Commerce and the Canadian Chamber of Commerce, our members have access to expertise at both the provincial and federal level, including their teams and economists. I would now like to welcome Esther Jarasim, economic analyst for the Ontario Chamber of Commerce, to say a few words. Esther.
Good morning, everyone, and thanks again to the GNCC for having me. It's a pleasure to be here, and always a joy to be back in Niagara-on-the-Lake. So I feel like most of the trends and the terms that I'm going to talk about, you've probably heard about 50 times today, so no surprises. Really, the economic landscape for the past year, currently and in the year ahead, fall under these sort of categories. The global risk factor that we saw that initially was set off by the pandemic led to a series of events, including supply chain issues, labor market challenges, and just focusing in a bit on the labor market side. Ontario largely continues to see a tight labor market, and though we're anticipating this will begin to ease into next year with the anticipated economic slowdown, and reflecting this is Ontario's unemployment or jobless rate, which is expected to come down to 5.7% this year, and that's close to what we saw pre-pandemic. Unfortunately, with the economic slowdown that we're expecting, we're anticipating to see that unemployment rate increase next year. But as of now, excess demand in the labor market persists with elevated job vacancies. So both the supply chain issues, which you've heard a lot about today already, so I'll spare you that, but that in combination with the labor market or the tight labor market have resulted in high inflation or this sticky high inflation situation that we're seeing. And this is stifling a lot of the economic rebound that we were anticipating initially, as well as the growth that we're hoping to foster. So this is the only graph I'll be showing you for my updates, which may be welcome news to some of you. So here you can see that pre-pandemic, so looking from 2017 to about 2019, real GDP growth was rather stable and stagnant. So we were due for some investments in productivity and a boost in productivity, as you can tell from the graph. The blue line there indicates sort of the trend or the path that we thought we were going to take well before the pandemic hit. And the green line is showing you what actually happened and all the volatility around that. So once the pandemic hit, you can see that there's a sharp decline in real GDP growth. And once things started to reopen again, you can see that sharply increased once again. And now we're starting to see the dampening effects of the labor market challenges and supply chain issues, as well as inflation that it has on real GDP growth. Next year, unfortunately, the picture looks a little bit more bleak. We're looking at a 0.7 or projecting a 0.7 real GDP growth, which is quite minimal. And of course, this could be worse with some of the other risk factors that I had mentioned on the previous slide. So not a lot of optimism on that note, but still very much leaves room for us to consider other paths forward. All right, so I won't spend too much time on this, but we do measure business confidence every year. So we have an annual business confidence survey, which we put out. Last fall, you can get a sense for what the numbers were looking like. A lot of people were quite hopeful. A lot of businesses were quite hopeful with the outlook. I imagine in this current round of survey that we've put out, that might not be the case, but please keep an eye out for that. That comes out the first quarter of next year, and we'll talk a little bit more about that in the report. Okay, so now let's focus on the so what. So we know the economic landscape. I think that's really been drilled into your minds this morning. But when we think about what we should be doing to safeguard our future and to ensure better growth, you can sort of think about the direction that needs to be taken in these different categories. I won't spend time on all of them, but I do want to reiterate the importance of investing in productivity and capacity. So as I've shown you in the one graph that I had, pre-pandemic, real GDP growth was rather stagnant, and it meant that there was still a lot of room and opportunity for us to pivot, to invest in opportunities, to become global leaders in various industries. So Ontario has a real opportunity to be a global leader in a lot of different industries, including advanced manufacturing, critical mineral resource development, as well as a number of other, including advanced materials, science materials. So really the opportunity for governments and businesses is to invest in how we improve our productivity and address capacity constraints. So that's just a very brief economic update. If you want more, please do keep an eye out for the economic report that we're going to release shortly. But thank you for your time.
Thank you so much, Esther. Now we turn to the national level. I would like to welcome Marwa Abdu, Senior Research Director for the Canadian Chamber of Commerce.
Hello, good morning, everyone. Good morning. Can I get a good morning back? There we go, some energy. Thank you so much for having me today. A special thanks to the Greater Niagara Chamber of Commerce. As I've been introduced, my name is Marwa Abdu. I'm the Senior Research Director of the Canadian Chamber of Commerce. And not to run over the bleak picture that has been painted time and time again, I'm going to kind of switch things up a little bit. So just to get us started. It's my first time here at the Niagara on the Lake, and I was talking to a few people, and I was mentioning that I've been away from Canada for 14 years, so thanks to my boss who kind of brought me back to Canada amidst this lovely economic climate. And I'm sure if I asked any of you 3 years ago, which I imagine is the last time you all gathered here, and I told you that we were going to head into 2023 with raging inflation, record unemployment, supply chain challenges, and soaring interest rates, you would probably think that I was, losing my head a bit, because a lot would have to happen in order for all of those things to come about. Okay, so just to give you a bit of background, the Business Data Lab at the Canadian Chamber of Commerce was launched in February 2022. It's a partnership between the Canadian Chamber of Commerce and Statistics Canada, and the idea is that we would gather and partner with data providers and bring innovative data to provide real-time data insights for businesses. What does that mean? So we have dashboards on things like return to office coming down the pipeline, and insights on labor, insights on, the economy as a whole. And that is broken down by sector, by region. I think it will be an incredible resource for a lot of businesses. So we're really excited for the work that's to come. Right now, one of our major outputs is actually on the Canadian Survey on Business Conditions. And what that is, it's a quarterly survey for those who haven't heard about it, a quarterly survey that started actually right at the beginning of the pandemic, because businesses were needing, because the pace of the change that was happening at the economy was exceeding the way that the data was being made available. The interesting part is this is a full deck. You'll all have access to it. You're more than welcome to email me, but in the interest of time, I'm just gonna kind of run through a few things. So as I said, obviously the picture is not entirely great, but there are a few things that I want you to leave here with. 3 things actually. When we look at the data that we get quarterly from the Canadian Survey on Business Conditions, it tells us what businesses, so first of all, it surveys around between 17 to 18,000 businesses, and those businesses are a representative sample of businesses from all sectors, all regions. The data's actually quite broken down, and we're really excited about even more analysis that we're going to be releasing from the data, particularly on a time series level, but you can access our previous analysis on decks on the Chamber's website. What I will share is this. On inflation, when you look at, and supply chains and other issues, when you look at what Canadian businesses are saying and are telling us from the data, what we're seeing is Canadian businesses are incredibly resilient. And I know you've heard this word before, but they are actually doing much, much better than we as consumers are. They have a much more realistic and pragmatic view about how they're going to approach these challenges and difficulties. And we're seeing that particularly, obviously, inflation expectations remain elevated, and it's much worse than expected, broad-based inflation. But, let's go back. Technical difficulties all around. There we go. Okay, so inflation is the top near-term business obstacle. So what does that mean? That means that when we ask businesses over the next 3 months, which of these challenges would be at the top of your list, they said rising inflation. But that said, when they look at, obviously, their biggest concerns, you see that costs and labor are right at the top of the list, and they far outweigh their concerns with operations, with supply chains, and other issues. They expect slower growth and shrinking profits next quarter, but they are also using a lot of their resources to pour into machinery and equipment. They're retooling, they're re-strategizing. They're thinking about how they can maintain their current shares and get through this next challenging period. So they're not in any way disillusioned that this is going to be a challenging time, but they are kind of gearing up and thinking about ways that they can deal with these compounding challenges. Obviously, the labor market remains incredibly tight, as you've all heard before. There are wage pressures. That's still far below what inflation is. I think that as we enter this next phase, you'll see that not only that you're going to see a tremendous, I mean, obviously there's been a tremendous shift over the past 2 years in the labor market, particularly going from low-wage sectors to higher-wage sectors. And I think you're going to see a lot of businesses invest in machinery, in equipment, in digitization, in thinking outside the box about how they can continue to maintain their operations and serve their customer base. Supply chain disruptions. Interestingly, supply chain issues from the perspective of businesses are improving. Why is that? Because they're looking into different ways that they can actually tackle existing challenges. How are they doing that? They're partnering with new suppliers, they're substituting inputs, they're working with existing suppliers to improve timeliness. So businesses are responding to these challenges. Not all of them, but I think that what you're seeing on the ground is that they've learned a lot over the past 2 years. You can't help but learn a lot over 2 years when you're constantly bombarded by one economic challenge at a time. The next point that I want to leave you with is, and I think it's very hard to see this in the headlines. You're hearing that interest rates are going up higher and faster than expected. So why isn't inflation coming down? The thing is about, first of all, this is not a Canada-only problem. Canada is one of many countries around the world where central banks are hiking up rates fast to bring down record inflation. But it takes time for interest rates to actually have that effect. And estimates show that it takes between 4 to 8 quarters to actually begin to see the impacts of that. So when you look at Canada, a lot of these hikes that have started in March, you're actually just now starting to see inflation respond slowly. Is it happening at the rate that we want? Not really. But what I will say is Canada is a much better place, at least from our perspective, than many other countries that are grappling with these challenges. So that's on interest rates. The third and final point that I want to leave you with has to do with growth. So you've heard the word recession a time or two today. It's not necessarily the most uplifting word to hear. What I will say is this: given the amount of challenges that we are facing, I think the severity, length, and depth of that slowdown, rather than recession, is going to also be quite, relative to a lot of other countries like China, like the US, like the EU, I think Canada is still poised to actually weather it in a much more insulated way. Doesn't mean that we're going to be free from challenges, but what we are seeing is that that is going to pick up after 2023. So we are now headed into that slowdown period. But I'm a big believer, and this is the final note that I want to leave you all with. As you're hearing a lot of this talk about inflation and supply chains and all of these challenges, I think one of the things that I always try to keep in mind as an economist when I'm looking at the numbers is there are stories behind these numbers. And it's important to think about those stories. Not everybody's a loser, not everybody's a winner. During times of slowdown or when you are kind of down in the rut, I'm a big believer that that's where the most change is going to happen. And I think what you're going to see after this period is that you're going to see a very robust, very competitive, much more than we entered into this, period of time, labor market. You're going to see businesses thinking in different ways, thinking about retention and recruitment and reskilling and thinking outside the box. It's not just about offering workers better compensation packages. It's much bigger than that. That's what the pandemic has done. It's forced us all to step back and think about measuring things a bit differently. And so I'll leave you with that, and it's an absolute pleasure to be here. Also, I do want to share this one slide, where over the next 3 years, what we're also seeing is that when asked about the average annual growth that businesses expected over the next 3 years, businesses are actually optimistic. Yes, it's not as high growth as they'd anticipated,
but I think it's pretty powerful and pretty telling at how much they are thinking outside of the box and optimistic, more optimistic, I think, than the majority of us consumers are. But I will finish by saying there are big adjustments that are underway to multiple shocks. Inflation is obviously the top policy challenge. Central banks are gonna continue raising interest rates, but it's not going to last forever. Downside risks is that we are expecting a slowdown, and we are in it right now, but I think it's going to continue to be much slower in 2023. And the last thing is that Canadian businesses are actually dealing with high costs, with labor, with supply chains issues in very robust ways. And you need not look further than talking to businesses and hearing their stories about how they've managed to kind of withstand some of these shocks. So thank you so much, and please feel free to email me. I'll be more than happy to send you this detailed deck, and you can kind of dive deeper into the numbers. Thank you.
Graphs, all these graphs. Holy cow, my head is spinning. Jeez. Thank you, Marwa and Esther, for your perspective both on the provincial and federal level. As they both offered, the information is available, so please let the GNCC team know if you would like those slide decks. Moving on to our next topic, whether you're a nonprofit or a for-profit organization, strategic planning is a very necessary task, but it's also very time-consuming. Joining us now for a power talk is Flemming Vidderiksen, founder and CEO of Decide Act, to tell us about upcoming trends in strategic planning. Flemming.
Thank you very much, and first of all, excuse my Danish. I'm Danish, so my English is not perfect. We are also a Danish company, Decide Act, we are called. We are listed on NASDAQ in Denmark, but have also chosen Canada as our entry to the North America. So reflecting on the discussions here today, then it makes very good sense we have chosen Canada. But what I'm going to speak about is what is trending when it comes to strategy. And first of all, if we take just this third of the room down here, that would be the guys who will succeed with their strategy next year. Rest of you will not. And the reason for that is that international surveys tells that 3 out of 4 strategies are never implemented or do never reach their goals. It's also a fact that every minute $3 million is wasted in strategies that do not succeed, whether it's public sector or private sector. That means we have humongous investment in strategic initiatives that never succeeds. Looking at times we are going into, it's worthwhile thinking about what if 75% of our investments are not succeeding? Can we do better? So some of the classic things is we do not have a structured way of approaching strategic alignment in organizations. Many of us, we are quite old-fashioned in the way we do it. We might have reporting in spreadsheets. We might even only have notes. We have people to give updates based on PowerPoints and stuff like that. The other thing is that employees, in general, cannot see how they can contribute to the company strategy. Actually, 95% of all employees say, I have no clue what the strategy is about in my company. So how can they contribute? And of course, that leaves us as executives in the dark, not knowing exactly where we're heading, maybe with the most important part of our business. So, this guy, Mr. Einstein, he said, nothing happens until something moves. And that's what it's all about. It's about moving fast, especially in the times we have now. This survey from McKinsey & Company shows that companies where the leadership are agile, making fast decision acting, they are 5 times as innovative as the other ones. It also shows that they grow 3 times faster, or the growth is 3 times bigger than the others. The organization health is 3 times higher, and the employee satisfaction is equally 3 times higher. And the financial success is probably 2.5 times better, and the resilience of those organizations is double as the other ones. So if I should give one advice is don't sit on your thoughts, act. So the second thing that they also have proven is that if you look at how can we succeed as leaders in strategy execution, then those who are fast and agile in decision making on strategy, they actually exceed, there's a 3 times higher likelihood they exceed their financial goals. And there's also a 3 times likelihood that they actually exceed the objectives of the strategy. And they will be often 2 times as innovative as the other ones. Just something to think about. Okay, so as this man said, maybe he more hit people, but he said, until you get hit in the mouth, you have a plan. And maybe that's what we are facing right now, right? That we are getting challenges. By the way, I live in an island in the Baltic Sea, so pretty close to what's going on around there, though a Danish island, so still safe. Maybe the question, I just changed the heading here a little bit during the break, because maybe the question is, how can we have a strategic impact when we maybe are hit by a perfect storm? We're talking higher interest rates, lack of labor, recession, war in Ukraine. We still have a pandemic somewhere out there, spooking and stuff like that. So there are a couple of good things we should not do. This is absolutely a no-go when it comes to strategy execution. We should basically focus on how, I think I skipped the slide here. Can I go back? Yeah. So what I would say that is very important when we are going through a strategy execution and have to be successful in that. It's very simple. There's 5 advices for that. Reduce complexity, as I just showed, get rid of the spreadsheets and all that, automate the things. The other part is make quick decisions. The third thing, act efficiently. Be to the point of what you really need to achieve next year. Make sure people know exactly how they should do, what they should do, what they should be aligned to. Of course, track consistently and then adapt seamlessly. That is really what matters. So skip this. This is old-fashioned in strategy management. So what I'm offering, or the company I come from, also have Frit Pisani, one of Canada's best strategy executioner for the last 40 years. So we are well equipped also with people here. But the most important thing is automate what you're doing. We are offering a cloud solution, which means we can automate, we can integrate. That means people are not, you'll have an overview of your strategy execution. So it works like that you will get an infrastructure for your strategy execution, like you will have a finance system for your economy. You have the same overview of your strategy. That means you will have your monthly balance sheet on your strategy, like you have on your finances. This is a way to go forward. And then, of course, you will have top-down governance from board level all the way through, but you can also have the bottom-up engagement. So it will also help you to navigate in difficult times, of course. Through machine learning AI, it will start to predict where on your good path, where you're under risk, and where should you maybe be more aware. Also where things are falling apart or doing very well. And of course, the most important thing, as Einstein said, nothing happens until something moves. So it's very important to engage the entire organization in the business goals. Nothing happens in strategy if the business is not engaged in delivering. And of course, you will have dashboards and overview and stuff like that. One last thing maybe to say, what we have learned, like mapping what really works when it comes to strategy execution, is also that you take it seriously. All of you, I'm sure, are pretty good at designing where we're going to head, but be serious about your execution. And that means one thing you can learn also from finance, by the way. Deploy the same rigor governance around your strategy as you have around your finances. Have real-time overview, act on it, follow up monthly, have your monthly balance sheet on your strategy and all that. That's extremely important to succeed. We we kind of serve all kind of clients. In Canada, we've been lucky now to work with some of the very big companies here, both in financial sector and production. But anyhow, we work with anything from the National Church of Iceland to parliaments, to financial sector, production, building, nanotech, whatever you say, even military. So we will hope that some of you could have the idea of have a chat with us during today or the coming time. So let's make strategy walk the talk. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Fleming. I think we all had a plan or a strategy, and then COVID punched us in the mouth. So, and if you would like to see a demo of Decide Act, please check out the display in the foyer during lunch about that. So we are ready for our next panel for this morning. This is the War for Talent, and it is sponsored by the Workforce Collective, the newly branded Workforce Collective. I would like to welcome Rachel Crane, Learning and Engagement Lead, to say a few words. Rachel.
Hi. Oh, I just love what Marwa said about behind every data point there's a story. So I just felt compelled to share a bit of mine because I was a Brock grad, as was mentioned by Dr. Rigg, that Brock grads love Brock. We have an affinity and we tend to stay in the region or leave. But I was one of the lucky ones who got to stay, and I found community at a GNCC event. I was volunteering with Next Niagara, and 10 years ago would have probably been checking you all in. And I met my husband through that community, met a lot of my best friends, and settled. And I just wanted to say that events like this, gatherings like this, and communities like this really matter. To pertain, so thanks. So it's great to see everyone healthy and gathered in one room. And hello to everyone on the live stream. You're probably comfy in your pajamas at home. I'm speaking today on behalf of Workforce Collective, and some of you may know us as Niagara Workforce Planning Board. We just changed our name last week. As our organization worked for decades under that old brand, analyzing labor market information and serving our community's efforts to address workforce challenges. We still do this work, just under a new name and a refreshed brand, that is Workforce Collective. And we're a hub for developing collaborative, co-creative, data-informed solutions to address issues like labor shortages that we're talking so much about today, equity in employment, that I'm sure will be mentioned in the next panel, and well-being in the workplace. There are two ways that you can join us today that we invite you to get involved. On your tables, you'll find a QR code to a survey. It's our Healthy Employee Attraction and Retention Survey. Talent attraction and retention has never been more important, and we believe really genuinely in centering well-being. Human well-being is becoming really, really important in that conversation. So we're collecting data that will help with this. So even our goal is to get 500 responses to this to be representative of our workforce. So we ask that you please just spend 5 minutes, give that a scan, actually take it with your perspective of being an employee somewhere. So please go through that survey. And if you lead people and would like us to implement this in your workplace, we're happy to do that as well. Totally free, no strings attached. We understand that a lot of small businesses that make up, a lot of our workforce don't have HR departments or capacity to lead this kind of initiative, so we're happy to take on that burden for you. If you're hiring right now or in the near future, we also invite you to consider getting involved with Employer Link. It's a new project with some colleagues at the YMCA of Niagara, Immigrant and Employment Services. And we are connecting employers with highly skilled newcomer talent. There are many who have chosen to settle in this region who are looking for work right now. Again, that's been mentioned a few times already today. So this program helps you get connected to that talent pool. It takes it a next step in that we also offer one-on-one support with organizations to integrate inclusive workplace practices so that these newcomers can also feel that sense of belonging that will help with retention as well and success. Please visit our website, workforcecollective.ca/employer-link to learn more. Hope you get to know the new us. There's lots of opportunities to network, so you can come find myself or some of my colleagues here at the table, and we'll be happy to stop and chat to explore how to think and do for a better workforce. because it's up to all of us to support a workforce that thrives and therefore a community that can thrive as well. Enjoy today.
Thank you so much, Rachel. And now for our next panel. It's now my pleasure to introduce this next group coming up on stage. So as I call your name, please come on up. Our moderator for this discussion is Lisa Benger, Senior Vice President of Human Resources and Health and Safety at Walker Industries. Walker Industries is a fifth-generation family-owned company founded in 1887 and employs over 1,200 people in environmental waste management, recovery, renewable energy, paving, construction, aggregates, and emulsion chemistries. Lisa will be joined on the panel by Dr. Ian Potter, President and Chief Executive Officer of Vineland Research, as well as President and CEO of Platform Genetics, Inc., previously to Vineland Research. Ian served as the Vice President Engineering and Vice President Business Management with the National Research Council of Canada, and as the CEO of Alberta Innovates Technology Futures. Next up, Vivian Kennard, as Strategy Lead and CEO for Workforce Collective, formerly known as the Niagara Workforce Planning Board. The Workforce Collective is Niagara's leading research and data organization on the labor market and workforce development. Jeff Murrell is Associate Dean at the School of Trades at Niagara College. He currently serves as the chair of the Provincial Heads of Apprenticeship and Training, and recently as a member of the ministry's Working Group on Apprenticeship, Retention, and Completion. And lastly, but not least, Vita Gully, partner with Lancaster, Chound & Welch, who focuses on employment and labor law. She provides advice and representation in employment matters, including everything from dismissal, hiring, contracts, human rights, and employment litigation. In her practice, Vita works with employers in preparing and presenting complex matters before administrative tribunals and the court. So Lisa, over to you.
Thank you very much. Good morning, everybody. It goes without saying that I'm really excited to hear what this panel has to say. Some of you may know that I'm an HR professional, and hearing what Brock had to say this morning means that I have 12 years of really hard work to do. So I'm hoping that our panel can help inform that. As you may be aware, Canada hit 1 million unfilled jobs this year. Even before the pandemic, we were hearing about the talent shortage. We had a bit of a break and some distraction with some other work, and now the talent shortage is back with a vengeance. The war for talent isn't just a business issue. Non-for-profits, charities are having trouble also finding employees and volunteers to do their work, while at the same time the demands for their services is increasing. Governments are also having a hard time finding talented staff to keep the public sector running. All you need to do is read any of the headlines this morning in the hospital sector and the challenges that they're having there. I'm happy to be joined by a variety of experts today who not only have a good data-driven approach to the labor market, but are actually working with employers trying to help them solve these issues, whether it's becoming more competitive with talent or replacing human labor altogether. These solutions are the primary focus of why we're here today. We not only need to correctly identify the problem, but it's what it stems from, but what employers can do to win the workers that they need. So, I'm going to start with Vivian. We know data tells the story, right? So can you tell us how acute the labor shortage is and in what industries and occupations it's found? Where did all the workers go?
Right. Such a great question. And of course, after what we've heard this morning, I couldn't say, no, we don't have a labor shortage. We do have a labor shortage, obviously. And I don't want to go over some of the data that we've already heard about this morning, because we're experiencing exactly that here in Niagara. We've got low unemployment rates, not quite record low, but getting pretty close to it. Our participation rate, Blake already talked about that. We've got all those challenges that we see right across Canada and Ontario with the labor market. But what we are interested in, and we talk about this all the time in our work, is what are the nuances in the data that we maybe need to pay attention to. So when we talk about overall unemployment rates in Niagara, did you know that the unemployment rate for women is higher than it is for men? The unemployment rate right now for youth up to age 24 is nearly 10%. And that the unemployment rate for newcomers to our community tends to trend about 2 to 3% higher than the overall unemployment rate. So when you start to look at different sectors or different segments of our workforce and our labor force, you start to see differences. And I think that's where there's some untapped labor. And that's where we need to kind of turn and think about what can we do, how can we strategize, and how can we work to capture those folks that are out there looking for work right now, but they're unable, for whatever reason, whatever barrier they've got to employment, to get there. So where did the workers go? I think that tells part of the story. I think the areas that we see from the data where we have high demand for labor are the ones that are pretty typical in the Niagara economy, occupational economy. We see high demands for labor in health and social care, high demands for labor in hospitality and food services and in retail. But, you know, we just heard from Blake about some of the growth that's been going on over the last few years, particularly with respect to the pandemic, through the pandemic, in manufacturing, in construction builds. So we're seeing labor shortages there. And while they may not always come out in the job demand postings, we don't see it in the job demand data, we know it's there because of the different hiring techniques. We're also, another one that I want to mention because it's a piece of work that we're doing right now and it hasn't been mentioned this morning, is there is a huge shortage, and it is in the social care area, for early childhood educators. There's a massive shortage for that in Niagara and across Ontario. It is critical. And because there's that shortage, we would suggest that people have barriers to employment in other sectors because they can't get care for their kids. So the pandemic really showed that up. And it's just been exacerbated even as we come out of the pandemic and we kind of get back to normal. So I guess I would say in general that for employers, labor are there. They're maybe just a little bit more diverse than you've experienced in the past. Brock did talk about the demographics, the retirements. The data all show that we have seen a lot of retirements over the past 2 or 3 years. So what's coming behind those retiring folks is a different demographic that employers need to get to grips with. And employees themselves, they've got choice. We've heard a lot about that this morning. So they've got choice. And they are, as Marwa said, they are individuals, they're people behind the statistics, and they're making choices on what's best for them. So I think it's a labor shortage, but a labor shortage that is a bit complex.
Great, thanks for that, Vivian. So we know that the labor shortage and scarcity cost the economy tens of billions of dollars. We heard this morning about an anticipated slowdown or recession in our economy. So I'm just going to open this up to the panel. But how would a possible recession impact the labor shortage? Will we see a reversal of the current labor trends? Does anyone want to jump in on that?
Lisa, I'm happy to jump in, and I think actually Vivian and I had a great talk about that earlier, is that what we're seeing is anything but typical recently. We saw a pandemic whereby you would think that behaviors of employees and individuals in the workforce would, show stability, stay put, I have a job, I want to keep this job, I'm worried about what's going on. We saw the opposite. We saw a mobile market. We saw people leave, not be scared to try out new things, leave complete jobs they've had their whole lives because of the uncertainty in that workforce. So when we are now moving into a recession, and I know we're probably in it and going through it right now, what we can, by typical behavior, predict is that, well, people will hunker down and be more loyal, less apt to leave. But what we've seen over the last 3 years, I wouldn't count on it. I think that we are dealing with a workforce that is really populated now by millennial, Gen Z, and they are more apt to move. And so those scares that we would normally see, perhaps in a boomer or Gen X generation, where they'd be less likely to go somewhere when there's a recession. We can't really count on that over the next year.
Thanks for that. Anybody else want to speak to that?
If I could just follow up on that too. I agree with you. And also, there's research out there that also suggests that this recession, if we get one, could be a bit different than past ones, because businesses and a lot of employers may be a little bit more reluctant to let go of people, just in case they can't get them back again. So it creates, as Brock said, you know, it's the end of the world as we know it. But so we don't know what's going to happen, but it could. I think what you're saying there, Vita, is that we need employers to be mindful of, if you've got people, you might want to hang on to them. Because you might not be able to get them again when the economy turns, but also because of this propensity to move on.
Great. Thanks, Jeff. Anything to add from the skilled trade side of things? Will we have a reversal of a shortage?
Actually, as far as skilled trades are concerned, I don't believe that there will be a reversal. I get phone calls months after a graduating class looking for people who taken a general machining program or taking the welding program or automotive service tech. People are starving for those skills, and I don't see the slowdown having a negative effect. In fact, I think that as we transition through, we will have actually an increase in the number of youth transitioning into those trades. You know, because let's face it, I'm at the tail end of the baby boomers, and you know, I'm about ready to retire, and so there's a lot of people still in that work sector that are ready to leave. I think that when the recession hits, those people will then say, you know what, that's it. I'm moving on, and so it'll actually make a lot of space for the next generation to move into the skilled trades.
I just, you know, I've lived through a few economic downturns in my life, and I think I'm still okay. So I think that, you know, we were talking about resilience earlier, and I think that's one word that I think I found in this region since I moved here 3 years ago. It's a very resilient region. We do get through these recessions. But one of the things I found primarily as a business, you need to have that preparedness plan. You've got to understand the decisions you're making during these times of lowness, if you like, or recession, whatever, low impact, whatever it's going to be. Somebody will probably come up with another word somewhere in the vocabulary just to explain this one, the COVID recession or the post-COVID recession or something. But it's having that risk-managed preparedness plan. Because quite often people make knee-jerk reactions at these times that in the longer term really hurt them. So they need to understand what's that preparedness plan, how long can they lock down for, actually hold on to things before it will hurt, and plan for the future. This is one of the best periods of time to actually plan for the future and actually invest in the future. It actually gives you a bit of solace to say, where am I going to go? The strategy discussion, critical, really where's your strategy and how do you operationalize that effectively? So I think I wouldn't call it recession, I call it a time for good reflection to actually drive your business forward.
Great, regrouping. That's great, I like that. Vita, I've got one for you. We know that things are all connected. Inflation, labor shortages, housing. What effect is the rising cost of living having on contract negotiations that you're seeing? What are some of the things that employees are looking for that a company could have as a competitive advantage when they're not in a position to have a higher wage?
Well, I think that is the million, if not billion-dollar question.
Yeah, if you could answer that for me, it'd be great.
Yeah, just a quick, 1 to 5 words tops. And candidly, there is no one-size-fits-all. If there was, everyone would do it. We would be out of this, and nobody would be sitting listening to our panel. What I am seeing is really it comes down to flexibility. We, in all of my years of practice, I say that in jest, but what I am seeing is when I started, it was very much employers were putting together offers, we're going into negotiations saying, this is our workplace, this is what we have, and this is what employees have to adapt to. And, we would adjust wages, we would tweak things, make vacation a little bit more enticing, benefit packages a little bit more enticing, but it was the employer driving what the workforce was going to have. It's flipped. I'm seeing employers really taking a new approach to say, what can I do for this employee sitting in the seat across from me to get them? We're not dealing with a one-size-fits-all contract across the workforce, and we're really seeing tailored contracts for individuals. That's to attract talent, that's to retain talent, and we're getting creative. Like, you have to stay flexible, because what really is going to attract someone or keep someone is going to be different depending on the individual you're dealing with, and we're really seeing, because of the tightness of the market right now, employers are going above and beyond to say, okay, well, what can we do to get this person? What's our advantage? What is the change or difference we can make in the offer that we're putting to them? And again, like, yes, wages are always going to be top of mind. You give a workforce survey, top 3 things, wages are going to be one of them. But there's still 2 other things that you can optimize on that may be able to give you that advantage. And really, when I'm dealing with my clients and I'm talking to them, and trying to get to the root of, well, how can they be successful in bringing these individuals to their workplace or getting a better pool, it's, every employer is really in the best position and has the best resource available to them via their own workforce. You've got all of that information and data specific to your workplace and what you need at your fingertips. Viv is gonna hit you with data and gonna hit you with percentages and all of those items, but your workforce is your single biggest resource. Whether it is by survey, whether it's by one-on-one meetings, they're gonna be able to tell you what are their barriers, what works for them, what does this company do really well in this market, and what does it do not so well. And that's your advantage in knowing that type of information and tweaking things. And again, there's an endless number of answers to that, or how to approach it, because yeah, you might not be able to increase wages by $500 a month for every employee, but you know what, maybe tweaking your work schedule and making flex hours, and I always joke about flex hours, you can start anytime between 8 and 9, and you can finish anytime between 4 and 5. Well, that's not flex hours. Okay, you're adjusting the bare minimum. But maybe adjusting that flex time allows that individual to save on childcare at the rate of $500 a month. Maybe that individual can get transit easier and saves a half hour of their day. So those are elements that are, they're not cash out of employers' pockets, but they make a significant difference and create an advantage in your workplace that is quantifiable, and you can put a dollar value to it. So that's really what I'm seeing, and that's the biggest change, that we really have to be flexible as employers, think outside of the box, and talk to your staff about what those real barriers are and what those things could be, and then, of course, increase wages. So.
Great, thanks for that. So contract templates are dead, right? So back to the more work for the HR team.
Well, yes, so because now you need a lawyer to draft not just one for your workplace, but hundreds.
Thanks. Ian, when we hear from the talks this morning that we're looking to replace human labor as a solution to some of these labor shortages, we've heard this for a little while. It has been on the topic of conversations, sessions like this. What are the options now to do that? Are they different than they were 5 years ago? What's going on in this space?
Very small question there.
I'm like Pam, we have the easy ones.
Sorry. Try and cover the whole gambit. Automation is always an option. Historically, it's been where it's tedious work, mundane work, often where you need greater precision, reduced costs, that sort of thing. In some sense, if you go to the sort of the drones and that sort of thing, remote vehicles, it's the dull, dirty, dangerous. You don't want to put people in an area where a robot could do it. There is a reality around all that, though. Is it economically viable from a business perspective? Can you actually pay for it? Does it make sense? What are you comparing against? So automation has been with us for centuries, really, in some respects. One thing I will say, the Ontario system is probably one of the best automation manufacturing areas in the world from a quality perspective. I've worked in most of the industrial areas of Canada. I was responsible for aerospace and automotive research in the federal government. And people look to Ontario and Quebec and Canada in general because of the quality of our automation and manufacturing. And that's something to really hang our hats on and make sure that we tell people that. I know the sectors, the aviation institutes, that sort of thing will tell you, the automotive places will tell you that as well. What I'd like to see, though, is how do we get the knowledge from those sectors more into the other sectors, the healthcare, the agriculture. But it's not just a one-way stream. There's a lot of learnings in agriculture and options for automation, agriculture and healthcare that can inform those existing sectors as well. But you've got to be pragmatic about it as well. Not everything wants to be automated. There's not always the time to do it. Depending on which books you read, papers you read, in theory, 1 in 5 jobs in Canada could be automated today. I'd be there for volunteering, first off. It's not that simple. I run a research innovation center for horticulture. I can't automate the plants, but they have to grow. I can automate the systems behind them, but there's some practical things I need hands-on people to do that sort of thing. I need the growers to do that. So it's not a question of the flexibility we were just talking about. The teams can't just go back into an office and at home and work, because they need to do things in the shop, in the manufacturing rooms. One of the questions comes, though, is if we're going to automate, are we going to displace jobs? And that's always a fear. And I find, if you look back historically, it's a fear that's unfounded. Where we've automated, there may be a lag, but that's allowed the growth in other sectors or other subsectors to actually take up more employment. 40, 50 years ago, when I first entered the employment market, automation, I was still playing with a typewriter, if you were lucky. Those sort of things. So there's constant change, and the system will react. Sometimes it's a little bit slower than we would like, but it will react. I think in this region, there's a lot of opportunities for automation, but there's also some risks there. So people are willing to take on automation, but don't believe everything you read on the internet. Some of the equipment is not quite ready yet. So, well-intentioned businesses will go and buy the equipment, lease the equipment, bring it on site, and it's not as claimed to be. And so it ends up in the crematorium of old equipment that nobody really cares about. We've got to be careful with that. So, for anybody wanting to use automation, make sure you get good advice on whether it works for your particular business and your particular operation. It's not, does it work for that sector? It's, does it work for your particular business? Because every business is slightly different, slightly nuanced the way you operate it. And that's the only thing, that's the main advice I'll give you today. Don't believe everything you read on the internet, which you all know anyway, but really do your due diligence. Seek expert advice if you need to. We've got a lot of good higher educational systems here, innovation groups like ourselves. Seek advice where you can. There is a role for automation, but it's not everything for everybody.
Great, thanks. We heard today also about immigration and the increased attention paid to migrant workers, international students, as potentially sources for labor. With the relaxation of the rules and some of the new policies, would this potentially solve the problem? And maybe, Jeff, I'll lean on you a little bit for that one in the trades.
Sure. Actually, I'm really excited about our student body, especially in the School of Trades at Niagara College, because it is very diverse. It's really great to see the number of different nations that are represented walking the halls in the School of Trades, because that didn't happen a decade ago, and so it's a wonderful thing. When you talk about it solving our problems, I think that as Vivian has pointed out, they have a little bit of a higher unemployment rate locally. Employers need to give them a shot. They need to give them a try. They're really great people. They're great students. We have a high pass rate with them. They're actually really intelligent, and they're really driven, and they make great employees. One of the problems that I do see with the international students is they might not stay in the Niagara region. So I have had phone calls from, the last one was from an automotive dealer in Halifax. I have these 2 international students standing in front of me. They're applying for an apprenticeship as an automotive service tech. Can you tell me about your motive power program? So I go through it. I connect them with our coordinator. We have a great conversation. So he says, you know what? I'll try them. 3 weeks later, he calls. He says, do you have any more? Right. And so the international students are not necessarily tied to the Niagara region. We at Niagara College, we give them a really great student life. I know that I've started a student club where I start to engage the students differently. to get them to feel more of a community, more of a tie. And I think that is one of the things that we need to do to get our international students, once we get them here, once we get them in the halls of Niagara College, we need to get them to stay, because we're going to need them to drive our labor force going forward. I think one of our bigger questions to the labor shortage is driving our domestic students. We still have a below, like we don't get 100% of grade 12 students going into post-secondary, whether that's Brock or Niagara or any of the other post-secondary institutions across the province. And I think that there needs to be, some more focus on some of those aspects as well, right? So there are several things we could do to help build that workforce.
Great, thanks for that. Anybody else have a comment on that?
Yeah, if I could just follow up with that. You made some great points there, Jeff, about how the community can maybe rally round, particularly to support international students. I think between Brock and Niagara College, we've got quite a large pool of talent that is voluntarily, coming to our region, studying at our institutions, and it will take all of us in the community to support that. So we talked about partnerships earlier. We talked about ways in which we can help grow the workforce. We've got people coming to our community to be trained, a lot of them with training that is pertinent and relevant to our labor market needs right now. Let's make sure we keep them here, and that'll need a bit of a strategic effort rather than let them go to the East Coast. Atlantic Canada, they've got so many great programs to try and attract talent from right across Canada, because they've had for many years, as many of you know, a real labor shortage that the rest of us are now feeling a lot more poignantly. So yeah, for your question around migrant workers, international students are one group. Migrant workers, there's been quite an increase lately of different organizations, different companies in different sectors being able to apply through the migrant worker program, and there's a lot of folks coming into the country that way. I think it's a short-term solution, perhaps. It fills the gap. It maybe gives us time to breathe while we develop the transitional pathways that we need. I'm not sure it's something that will necessarily lead to longer-term sustainable growth in terms of our workforce, but it will provide some short-term solutions. And I think, other conversations we were having this morning about the overall number of immigrants that Canada is planning over the next through 2025. Many of you have probably been reading about some of the backlogs, even in some of those processes right now in Ottawa. We've got a huge transition to deal with there in terms of all the immigration streams, knitting them together, and then knitting them into kind of local labor demand and need.
Great.
Yeah, I worry about the migrant workers, I think, as a short-term solution, because I think other nations are going to go through the same labor shortage, and whether rules change internally or externally, that labor pool might dry up. What I wanted to add about our international students at Niagara College is I've always been an old soul, so I've connected well with my grandparents and great-grandparents who didn't speak. They spoke broken English, right? So I see in the eyes of an international student, the eyes of my grandparents looking back at me, right? Who came here so that I could have a better life. And so, giving them that hand and giving them that opportunity is, to me, feels like I'm giving it to my grandparents, right? So I think it's important for us to all remember that once upon a time we came, right, looking for a better opportunity.
Great.
I was one of those international students. I came to Canada in 1991, and from the UK, and nothing against the UK, but I decided to stay in Canada after about 4 months. It's a wonderful place. When I was teaching at Calgary, at the university, I used to say to the graduating class, leave Canada for at least 6 months and see how good you've got it. It's a great place. I think there is an opportunity for international students from the attraction perspective. I think there's lots of opportunities to get them. But where I find with that in the migrant workers, they tend to be treated as resources rather than people, and that frightens me. They have things, they're normal people. They have ups and downs and all that sort of thing. So, bring them in is fine, but making sure we got the support systems in place that we all need anyway, to actually help them transition to Canadian life. And they've come from, in some places, not good areas, war in Syria and things like that. Are our social services systems used to dealing with clients whose family got blown up in front of them?
Right.
So how do we actually put those support systems in place when we get them here to actually keep them here and support them while they're here?
That's a great point. And back to our treating employees as people, and that's wonderful. Just a quick reminder to the audience that if you'd like to ask a question, there's a couple of microphones there. But I'm going to skip ahead for Vida. So we know there's lots of things changing. Would it be accurate to say that we're in a turbulent time for workplace legislation? What are the most common questions you're fielding right now in your practice?
Turbulent time for workplace legislation. I wouldn't know anything about that over the last 4 to 5 days. Well, certainly, it couldn't be more timely to put that question out there. I think that, the whole province saw and had a front seat view over the last, literally 4 to 5 days, a really radical, quick, and swift move by our provincial government to put in place legislation when they thought they had to. So I think that, starting there and then perhaps working outside of that, wherever your view stands on that, I think that the learning and what we can take away is that we do have a government that if they're seeing these concerns, or if they're seeing gaps, or if they're seeing something that needs to be addressed in the workplace, they have the ability to move quickly, to implement, and they're certainly not scared to come out of the gate to do it. For the broader public sector, I think that there is a lot of uncertainty now going into bargaining and going into negotiations with a lot of our public sector unions with contract terms coming up. How is that going to play out? And then, of course, from where we sit, well, how's that going to reverberate in the private sector? What does that look like, coming out of this when we've seen a very quick province and a leadership that acted in response to what they saw a concern or something that would impact, the continuity of business in the province. So, again, I no crystal ball, no one right answer to this, but I am of a mindset that the private sector is not going to see an impact as big as the public sector in light of what we just saw. Certainly the big brother or government at the table is a much different landscape than that true private sector bargaining and what that looks like, and the ability, of course, to impose legislation or impose contract legislation in the private sector. So I really still think that nitty-gritty, an employer will push as much as they can, and an employee groups will, hold their labor as far as they can to get that deal that's in the middle will still be in place. What I hope to see in workplace legislation is almost a catch-up. I think we've seen some of it come around, and I have my critics of it as well too, but with our right to disconnect, electronic monitoring, I think there is a rationale or reasoning that, we need to catch up with workplace legislation. The 9 to 5 punch in, punch out model isn't the norm anymore, and we're seeing that it's a smaller segment than what it used to be, and certainly when a lot of our founding legislation went into place. So what I see is I hope we see that evolution. I hope we see recognition that what is a workplace has changed dramatically, that remote work isn't going anywhere, and our workplace legislation needs to catch up with it. And really needs to address what those realities are, and that our current rules don't necessarily fit that mold anymore. And again, the most common questions I'm hearing are too, it circles back to talent retention, talent attraction, how do I keep my people, and keeping up with the ever-changing landscape that we are dealing with. The last 3 years in the employment and labor world were, neck-breaking speed in the way things changed. And now we're seeing that calm, that we can address it. So, catching up with policies and saying, in response to the pandemic, we said employees can work from home. Now they don't want to come back. So what do? You address it. You look at your workplace. You make those changes. You add permanence potentially to those policies now and say that this is the way forward. You catch up on those temporary measures that were part of your day-to-day and review efficiencies. Review how can we potentially modernize what we do to make sure that we stay relevant, we stay efficient, and our workforce stays engaged. Because again, workplace culture isn't about throwing a pizza party on a Friday anymore.
Right.
When you've got your staff all over and coming in from everywhere, culture means something different now, and now we have to catch up.
Right.
So that's a lot of what we're seeing now.
That's awesome. Thanks for that. So thanks everybody who stepped forward. I'm afraid my team at GNCC is telling me my time is coming to an end. However, I'm going to play the grocery line game. So I'm going to rely on the moral fortitude of those that are wanting to ask a question. I have time for one question. You can either do first come, first question, or arm wrestle. I mean, it could go either way.
Pressure's on. Better be good.
Who would like to go?
Thank you. You have talked about the migrant workers being a temporary solution, but I haven't heard any discussion about the temporary farm workers program, which is not a temporary program for the agricultural sector. They've relied upon this for decades in supporting agriculture, and as you've stated, agriculture is going to become more important in the future. So how do you see this playing in the role of the labor force?
Back to the arm wrestle on my side.
So, as Ian has pointed out, there has been more and more automation being brought into other sectors. In fact, my oldest son is installing a medical robot in Sweden this week. So he works for a company here in Ontario that does that. It is also coming into the agricultural sector, and I know that our research and innovation team at Niagara College works with a lot of the agricultural areas on just that type of stuff. While there has been a heavy reliance on migrant workers in the agricultural sector, I think that the shift is starting to occur, where there's going to be more automation used in that industry. And with an improvement of the jobs that then those migrant workers will be doing, because it will be less of a manual backbreaking type of a work and more of a productivity type of work. When you started talking about the number 4 on the slide presentation before, right? They talk about productivity, and so the proper use of automation, I think, will help that situation in the future.
Thanks, guys. I really appreciate all the comments and ideas and suggestions that can help employers make sure to win the war for talent, to make sure that we can attract and retain the employees we need, and find opportunities that we can automate the dirty, what was our quote? The
dull, dirty, dangerous.
Dull, dirty, dangerous work. So thanks very much for your comments today. Much appreciated.
Thank you.
Thank you, panel. And thank you very much, Lisa, for leading the charge. If you can all head out, Mishka has some wonderful parting gifts for you. I feel like a game show host when I say that. Okay, we are finished the second period. We're ready for lunch. Just a quick housekeeping note. If you did inform us of dietary restrictions, a card has been placed in your name badge. Please provide this to one of the servers outside, and they'd be happy to provide any questions and provide any assistance. We have a great program starting right after lunch, so please get back in and grab your seat. We've got John Peller, who's going to be our next plenary speaker. So enjoy lunch, and we'll see you in 40 minutes. Thank you very much. All right, everyone, we're going to get going with our afternoon program. Those of you in the lobby, come on in, have a seat. We've got an amazing speaker to start off the afternoon, so you don't want to miss a second of it. So come on in, please find your seats. Okay, welcome back everyone. I hope that you're all refreshed and ready for a great afternoon ahead. And we're going to move right along to our next plenary speaker. John Peller, a name that everyone in the region knows and respects, is the president and CEO of Andrew Peller Limited. Mr. Peller joined Andrew Peller Limited in 1989 as Vice President, Sales, Marketing, Planning, and was appointed President and CEO in 1994 and Chairman of the Board of Directors in 2017. He has been a director of the company since 1998. Mr. Peller is a graduate of the University of Western Ontario Law School. He joined the law firm of Evans Husband in 1980, practicing corporate and commercial law. From 1985 to 1989, he worked with Nabisco Brands, Inc. in the United States in various sales and marketing roles. In December of 2020, John was awarded the honor of Officer of the Order of Canada for his outstanding contributions to the Canadian wine industry, his dedication to our community and service to Canada. So following John's plenary speech, he'll be joined on stage by Noel Buckley for a Q&A session. So without further ado, it is my pleasure to welcome John Peller.
So thank you very much, Brian, for that pleasant introduction. And I can tell you, everyone, it's a real honor for me to be here with you this afternoon. I'm joined by my teammates at Andrew Peller and lots of other wineries in the region and growers and business partners and members of government and the chamber that I loyally served for 25 years. So this is a great opportunity to reconnect with all of you. You know, it's been an amazing 3 years. We're in the final phase, third phase, as I call it, of COVID. You know, it was a really trying and challenging time for us, and I'm sure for you as well. Someone spoke last week and reminded all of us that, you know, COVID really was a personal journey, and we all went through a different journey, and we saw an incredible amount of, you know, challenge and trauma and mental health. But I'm incredibly proud of all the people in our company and our industry and the effort we put into looking after each other. A very positive and pleasant note, you know, you can see this picture of Peller Estates here, you know, on the screen. And this winery has meant the world to me and my family and all the people who have helped us get to where we are today. And I want to assure you, we want to be here for a very long time and really look forward to the future. I always tell people the most important day in my life happened long before I was born. And it was a day in March of 1927 when my grandfather arrived at Pier 21. You know, my grandpa and grandma had 3 sons, as I have, and Diana and I have had as well. And early on, their life was an incredible struggle. And after they lost their oldest son and eventually their second son, my grandma turned to my grandfather and said, "Andy, if you don't do something, we're never going to have a family." So, you know, he was forlorn, and he told me, "You know, John, I would have gone anywhere and I would have done anything." But he had good fortune in getting passage through Calais, France, to come to Halifax and Pier 21. He remembers it as the greatest day in his life, and he never looked back. You know, he was, it turns out, an incredible entrepreneur. He had more grit and determination than 20 people. And he went through a series of starting, you know, many business, 8, 9, 10. Half of them were successful, half of them weren't. He made a fortune in the beer industry in Hamilton in the mid-50s. He sold that business to E.P. Taylor for what was about $150 million in those days. Then he put it into a newspaper in Hamilton called the Hamilton Daily News that was going to compete with the Globe and Mail. And he lost everything he made in 3 years. So, you know, at the age of 58, he was pretty down in his spirits, and You know, he wanted one last crack at business, and he wanted to start a winery here in Niagara. But the premier was Leslie Frost at the time. His wife was a prohibitionist. And she said, not on my watch. So my grandfather, undeterred, and who had never been to British Columbia, hops on a plane and goes out there. And 2 weeks later, he's come back with a permit. He's started construction, and he's purchased a vineyard in the Similkameen Valley. You know, fortunately, we did get back here within about 3 or 4 years of that. My first visit here to Niagara-on-the-Lake, I was in the back of the station wagon with my 5 siblings. Picture the Griswolds leaving Ancaster, trying to find, you know, basically with a map in those days, Niagara-on-the-Lake in the early 60s, because my dad wanted to buy a sailboat that Hinterholter built called the Shark. If those of you who sail, it's a 24-foot boat. What probably took us 4 hours of going back and forth across the Burlington or the St. Catharines Skyway, and we couldn't find the exit. And things were getting quite heated in the back of the station wagon. And my dad did buy that boat, and I remember a little about what Niagara-on-the-Lake looked at the time. It was mostly a very humble small town and some fruit orchards. I had no idea then that this area would become the place where my dreams came true. You know, by the way, Diane and I yesterday hosted a luncheon in Toronto for Pier 21. Calin Ravanescu was the speaker. He's come from Romania, you know, the former CEO of Air Canada. And it's wonderful to acknowledge and celebrate the important role immigrants are going to play going forward in helping us get our economy back on its feet. You know, we've done well in the industry, but the last few years have been quite difficult and in many ways very disappointing. I have my only chart here. The rest is pictures, but this is an important chart. You know, it starts with what I believe our vision needs to be, which is for us to embrace, revere the incredible beauty and natural bounty of this geography, which is such a miracle of nature. And by that, I'm talking about 5 incredible Great Lakes, an escarpment that comes all the way down from Lake Superior, and at the epicenter is Niagara Falls and a fruit belt that has endless bounty and potential, both from an agricultural perspective and for all the communities that are in it. We have the potential for an incredible economy here. We're going to make this region a world-class destination, and we're going to build towns and communities that are going to be not just the envy of Canada, but the envy of everybody in North America and around the world. So to understand this, because this isn't hyperbole or rhetoric, this chart really is an economic formula. It's the truth, it's fact and data-based, and what it shows is that when you have the benefit of being able to grow a premium and ultra-premium wine economy, it has as its subsegments 6 critical components: the viticulture, high-end manufacturing, food and hospitality, culture and entertainment, home building and communities, and the top is the infrastructure, the critical infrastructure that needs to support all of this, which is education, institutions, transportation infrastructure. To really understand what I'm trying to communicate today is that it's really critical how all of these components work together to produce an economic multiplier that, as far as I know, is greater than any other economy. I know Brendan's here, and I'll talk a little bit about the manufacturing side. But, you know, we have to look and find where the proof is for all of this. Let's look at the best wine economies in the world, quickly at France, Italy, and California. You know, they decided a long time ago to take the opportunity that we have here, and they planted out as much acreage in their country as they could. And in fact, they subsidized the planting of that. because they also knew that the economy that would come from it would transcend anything that they might have to do in terms of support. You know, interesting now that France and Italy have the #1 tourism economies in the world, and that it's as much as 15% of their total GDP. You know, it's the same in California. The most successful economy in the world, the most successful agricultural economy in the world, the #1 agricultural part of California's economy is their wine industry. And it supports the wealthiest region in their world, the highest tourism component in their world, and now their best communities. It's because of this multiplier effect of how these sub-segments work together to create an economic multiplier that is mind-boggling. I want to start first with viticulture, because it is the heart and lungs of this economy. You know, you can only grow grapes in 1 out of 2,700 arable acres in the world. In other words, it's not 1%, it's 0.001% of all arable land can grow grapes. But vineyards are the equivalent to gold in agricultural terms. You know, we had a family farm up in Guelph as well. We had some livestock. We grew soybean and corn. Land that grows those crops can have a value of around 4,000 to 6,000 acres. Down here, we can grow cherries and peaches and pears, and we have a beautiful fruit belt. And based on the economic return of those crops, you might get up to $15,000 or $20,000 an acre. The land that we currently grow in the Okanagan Valley is selling for $300,000 an acre if you can grow Cabernet Sauvignon and Pinot Noir on it. And here in Niagara, we're somewhere on the low side of 50,000, but certainly up of 100,000 and 150 if you're in the best locations. You know, Napa Valley has 15,000 acres. We have the potential to grow to 30,000 acres here. Just the investment in the farming and putting vineyards in the ground is a $2 and $3 billion investment without the exponential benefits to the farm community, to the business community, to the winery community, to the tourism community. It's an enormous amount of money, and it's what will help drive prosperity for all of us in this region. You know, farming has become very high-tech. You know, we use GPS and AI-enabled equipment, harvesters that are very, very technical and complicated these days. We use drones, we put probes in the ground. And the reason is because grape farming is so expensive that you can't afford to get it wrong. You can't afford to put the wrong vine root structures in the wrong locations. So we go to a lot of effort before we make these huge investments to make sure we get things right. And don't forget, we go 5 years once we plant that vine before we get a normal yield. So there's a lot of built-in losses up front to that. But these are investments that we put in the ground for 25 years. And without a doubt, that's the greatest thing about our industry, is we invest for the long term. And when we're successful, we're sustainable, and everything we build comes along with. It's really quite remarkable. It's why wine regions are revered around the world for the economic contribution that they make. In addition to the agriculture, I mentioned Brendan Sweeney's here from the Trillium Group. He will attest to you that when it comes to high processing, high value manufacturing, that our economy is got the highest multiplier for economic growth, more than the auto industry, and that's before you add on tourism and culture. So we have large, huge investments of equipment. Our company spent $30 million on an ERP system in the last 2 years. We're digitally transforming because we need to be efficient, smart. We move a lot of, you know, grapes and wine from around the world as well as here. And our operations have become very, very technical, very expensive, and we have a huge amount of employment in these areas. We're also small craft winemakers as well. You know, we have over 9 estate wineries in our company. But the value from manufacturing when combined with agriculture alone is remarkable. And then, as you all know, wine and food and hospitality go together like a left and a right hand. You know, I remember when I first came down here in the early 90s, as recent as that, my walk through town confirmed that at the time, half the stores weren't even open. Most of the visitors were on buses on a bathroom break. They were seniors on their way to the Niagara Falls. And they stopped sometimes to use the facilities, buy some fudge, maybe a flag. But that's what hospitality was in the early 90s. And, you know, when we bought originally Hilbrand, which is now Trius, I went to my dad and I said, you know, Dad, I think we should put a premium restaurant, ultra premium fine dining restaurant in there. And my dad looked at me and said, I think you've lost your mind. He says, you can't make money in the restaurant business. Well, he was right about that. But today, as you know, we have an incredible sub-economy of restaurants and hospitality that are serving the best food and dining experiences of anywhere in Canada, and we're just getting started. So that's Treadwell's and Bullett's and Pearl Morissette, 13th Street, you know, all the wineries. During COVID, we were packed. We had to turn people away. You know how they tell you how polite people are from Canada? Turns out not so true at all. But this hospitality and food industry isn't just fine dining. It's fruit stands and food trucks and all different kinds of ways that people enjoy the experience of local food and agricultural economy. I noticed the other day in Napa Valley, the game Monopoly has come out with an edition that highlights just the top restaurants in Napa Valley on Monopoly. That is where we are headed. And of course, on top of the food and hospitality, there's culture and entertainment. The opportunity for us to lead with cultural investment is limitless. And here is just our beloved Shaw Festival. But already there are many things that draw people to us from, you know, the Butterfly Museum, right? We've got the falls and the Niagara Falls and all the exhibits that they have there. We've applied for UNESCO Geopark certification. There's incredible hiking, recreation, biking, golf, activities that help people revere the beauty and the culture of our region. The next component I have here is related construction and development, and it's critical because one of the greatest benefits of ultra-premium and premium wine regions is you build communities that people can't wait to come and live there. You know, that same time I was in Niagara-on-the-Lake, I went down to Napa Valley with Greg Birdie that year. That was 1991. We were in St. Helena, which is the crown jewel of Napa Valley. And the only thing in St. Helena 91 was a hardware store selling brooms. Again, the doors were closed up. There was nothing going on there. So 20 years later, if you go to Napa Valley and see not just St. Helena, but Yountville, right? Santa Rosa, Calistoga. The city of Napa back in 1990 was a dump. You would never go there. And it is a polished jewel right now. All this is to say is the greatest economic development potential are going to be the communities that people will want to come down and thrive to live in our region. In Beamsville, in Vineland, in Pelham, in St. Catharines. Niagara-on-the-Lake's already pretty full. And I played golf with our high school friends on the weekend. We brought 4 couples down. 3 of them said, we're moving here right now, just so you know. There's going to be an immense migration of people to want to come here, especially if we do our stewardship and invest in this area the way that we're supposed to. You know, from an infrastructure standpoint, we've had great presentations from Niagara College and Brock University. They supply us with so many of the people that work in our industry. We know that there's a potential, there's a need. The QEW is packed on the weekends. We need to help facilitate the movement of people down here through a GO train system and through a hovercraft or a boat ferry system that comes from Toronto. The demand for that service is obvious, and it would complement all the other activities. People will want to commute from here to Toronto. It'll be a shorter trip, half an hour across the water, than it would be going from Oakville to Toronto, for God's sakes, these days is completely hopeless. So this is more investment. And now when you put all those sub-economies together and see how they multiply off each other, you will understand why we say ultra-premium wine economies are the greatest economic multipliers in the world. Full stop. And it's data and fact. It's not hyperbole. I have to look in no other place these days to prove this to you than in the Okanagan Valley in British Columbia. This is a view of the lake between Summerland and Penticton. You know, in short words, this whole area is on fire these days with investment. As I told you, the vineyards are trading upwards of $300,000 an acre as of last week. Kelowna is the fastest growing city in Canada. Everybody wants to come and live in Kelowna. And the premium wine industry is the industry that anchors that region. There are over 5 luxury hotels currently citing business plans. The people who are starting wineries and building features and attractions, not to mention all the recreation, but from Vernon all the way down through Kelowna to Penticton to Osoyoos to Oliver, you don't have to go any further to look that they have a leading premium wine economy that's going to serve that province for a long, long time. We've invested over $5 billion in our industry out there in the last 5 years, and during that same time, there's not been a dollar invested in this region. And the question is why? And that's why we're here today to talk about that. You know, the principal reason is because we need policies that support people investing in this region. It's that simple. And if no one has a foreseeable chance of making a margin or a profit in those long-term 20-year estate vineyard investments, they won't. And we are now the highest taxed wine region in the world, right here in Ontario. We pay over $800 million our industry pays in tax to the government. And there is no margin left for people at the end of it. If we were shoemakers, we'd pay $150 million, not $800. If we lived in France, we wouldn't pay a single dollar. They don't put $1 of tax on their wine industry because they want that investment, because they understand the economic multiplier. You know, the Wynne government in 2016, we actually pay sales taxes on all the wines that we sell out of our winery gates. They've put a second sales tax on top of the first sales tax. Ed Clark did this. And I went to him and said, Ed, what are you doing? He said, John, Premier wants me to find him she wants me to find her $250 million. I said, did you go to the shoemaker? Did you go to anybody else other than us? Like, why in God's name, when you need $250 million, you're coming to us? And the answer is because through unfortunate circumstances, the wine industry is now being managed by the Lottery and Gaming Commission, right? The Ministry of Agriculture looks after dairy and poultry marketing boards. They know who we are, but there's very little support. We report into finance to the same people that own the cash machine that is the LCBO, the lotteries, casinos, cigarette taxes, and the wine industry. So part of our goal in the next very short time is draw attention to this reality. Ironically, we get in this defensive position of them saying, look, we can't give you any money. We can't give you any more. I said, stop for a second. You need to give us money. Quit stealing all the money that we make. How are people ever going to make these incredible investments that will have this incredible impact if they don't have an opportunity to have a return? That's the predicament that we're in. I wanted to show you, this is a concept drawing only. You know, we bought the Riverbend Inn last January. And, you know, I had been invited to invest in Napa Valley in a Four Seasons hotel that's now just opened in Calistoga. It has a winery in it. Not unlike where the Riverbend Inn, it sits on 12 acres of vineyard. It has the license to operate an inn. And when I was down in Calistoga with my friend from the UK who's Canadian, he turned to me and said, John, we should be doing this in Niagara on the Lake. Why shouldn't a 5-star luxury hotel be built right here? Why somewhere else? We have everything here. We can support 5, 6, 7 of these investments here. This is probably $100 million in construction. It's probably $300-400 million in economic benefit. We're at the early stages of reviewing this investment with the town of Niagara on the Lake and their planning department and everybody else, the community. It represents our ambition and vision to be the best in the world. Not better than we are now, and not the best in Ontario, but to be the best destination in the world for people to grow, to manufacture and have an economy, to have the #1 tourist destination, and to build communities that people want to come here and live in. So thank you.
Thank you so much, and we're going to call Noel Buckley to come and start with a Q&A. Noel and John.
Thank you. Is my mic on? Can you hear me?
We can now.
John, there was absolutely no passion in that delivery.
Thank you.
You know, we were expecting a little bit more, but I had a question that was going to lead in for you on you noted the business conditions for wineries in BC are better than they are here in Ontario. And you touched a little bit on that, but specifically, what is BC doing that we're not doing? What should we be doing to improve this climate?
I mean, I'd highlight one thing that's incredibly significant, and that is they provide what they call a QEP. It's essentially a direct delivery margin to the wineries that our government refuses to give us here. So understand the concept. If I'm producing wines here in Niagara on the Lake and I want to ship them to St. Catharines, I shouldn't have to go all the way through Oshawa and be then added all the costs that they put on European and imported products.
Right.
In my own market, this is where I'm supposed to have a local advantage.
Right.
So because the BC does have a BC Liquor Commission, to acknowledge the fact that they don't have direct delivery privileges, they give them a 15% margin enhancement that they won't give to a foreign government. Now, it's small. You know, if you produce in California, you can deliver from the California winery to anyone you want, any retailer, any restaurant, any consumer. If you come from outside the state of California, you have to go through a wholesaler.
Okay.
So that right to be locally delivered and to be able to leverage the only competitive advantage you have, they take away from us here. It makes absolutely, that's before they added all the sales taxes on top of the local wineries that they have. It's really pathetic. I've told them it's offensive.
Yeah, it seems like it would be such an easy fix.
Yeah, but when you're reporting to someone who's in charge of bringing more and more cash in every year, they, sorry, we can't afford to give up any tax. So, I mean, that's like putting the prison warden in charge of the justice system, right? I mean, it doesn't make any sense. Why aren't we, with agricultural and economic development, championing the economy and the region here that has more potential than any region in Canada, in my mind, by far. By far. But we have to, and my challenge to all of you is we need to work together and collaborate as stakeholders, right? And find ways we can support each other's plans. Because if we work together, we'll be stronger and they'll listen. Right now, it's divide and conquer. So we have a lot to do to get policies that really are simple. By the way, there's no other wine region in the world that doesn't have a direct delivery obligation or privilege. There's no other wine industry in the world that reports to the Gaming and Laundering Commission. They're all championed by their ministries of agriculture and economic development for obvious reasons. This is a narrative, a dialogue that we're struggling to get through the government.
Are any of the provincial politicians listening? You've also referred to, in your remarks, Italy and France and California as having these incredible wine economies, and they're also massive exporters of wine. You can buy their products everywhere in the world. Is there any opportunity for our VQA wines, significant opportunity beyond the Canadian border?
We have a great group of wineries in our industry. There's probably 150 here in Ontario. And by the way, in 2005, there was 150 here. In Oregon, in 2005, there were 150 wineries. There's 900 there now. But the issue is with export is wine was one of the originally globally exported goods. Right back in the 1700s. It was one of the first goods that got traded. The reason that I've pointed out to you with this economy, every country in the world reveres their wine region. Isn't it interesting that in France and Italy and Spain, their domestic market is 100% in their country? They have an agreement amongst them not to sell wine in each other's country. Wow. And I've spoken to the CEOs of those countries. Why would we spend all our mind beating each other up when we can pool our resources and come and compete here in North America and the UK? Pretty intelligent strategy, right? It is a very intelligent strategy. The export markets are difficult to build, sustain brands in.
Right.
Here's a fact that surprises people. California, I always tell people, like, the spirit industry is controlled by 3 or 4 companies. They have 95% of the business, and beer around the world is about 7 or 8 kind of companies that now have 95% of the business. There's not one winery that has 1% of the world's business. It's highly, highly fragmented, largely small business. And so that if you do go out in the export markets, we focus on ice wine, something that we do better than anybody in the world. We're doing quite well. And it's a slow move over time, but we're building a very sustainable niche in the business. But look at California, one of the most successful wine regions in the world. The percentage of their sales that's export, 4%.
That's it?
That's it. Oh, all goes to Canada. Because they signed a free trade agreement with Canada. Please don't get me started on Americans.
Okay.
And by the way, I'm married. My wife's from New Jersey.
We'll forgive her.
Nothing makes me more upset, though, when Americans come up here and rail even on our supply chain management. They're the number 1 subsidizers of agriculture in the world by a mile. Right?
Yeah.
And for them to come up here and demand access all the time, if the LCB doesn't give them the distribution, they send in their ambassador to call on the LCB. Like, well, where the hell is this happening anywhere in the world? Yeah. Oh. So I think the export markets are important. We sell in New York and London, and we sell ice wine around the world and in Asia. But you better be aware, because it's very difficult business to build that's sustainable.
Is it getting any easier to move the wine from province to province? Has that gotten any easier? You know, selling BC wines in Ontario, Ontario wines in BC?
No, I mean, the federal government passed a law that makes barest interprovincial trade illegal, and the provinces said, we don't care.
They said it's a provincial jurisdiction.
And then they said, well, why don't we get together and talk about it? And that was like 4 years ago.
Okay.
There's this group of provincial trade people who have not moved a dime. It's no secret that most small wineries don't care. They ship across borders and challenge the governments to come and get them, and they'll humiliate them and shame them if they do. But, you know, it's certainly not a matter of great pride that we can ship a gun anywhere in Canada from border to border, but we can't ship a bottle of wine from BC to Ontario.
Yeah.
And by the way, what happens is when it comes from BC to Ontario, it gets treated like it came from France. So now the Ontario government rakes 50% of the margin out, and there's nothing left for the producer. So, you know, we own 6-7 wineries. We're actually, people are surprised to learn, we're way more invested in British Columbia now than we are in Niagara. We don't ship our BC wines to Ontario because we'd lose money on every bottle that we did. But we're not we're from Canada.
By the way, if there's any questions for John, I think the mics are still out here, so please come on up. In the meantime, I'll just ask one till we get, you know, you talked about, you know, the consolidation. You've invested significantly. Worldwide, we see a high number of consolidations in the wine industry, resulting in fewer smaller wineries. You've talked about having 9 estate wineries in your portfolio alone. We have 130 wineries here, many of them family-owned. Are they vulnerable? You know, you talked about what happened in Oregon with 130 or 150 wineries to 900. Beyond the big 2 or 3, and then the middle 5 or 10, what's the market like for the rest of them?
Richard's here from the Ontario Craft Wineries and all my fellow wineries on the Ontario Wine Grower Association. Wineries in Ontario are struggling to be even like break even. Right? And this should never be the case. You know, the industry is going to stay fragmented forever. I mean, there's like 10,000 wineries, whatever, 6,000 I think now in California. There's 10,000 in Bordeaux. I mean, small wineries have to have their head up and be very focused on the critical success factors to make sure that they charge premium prices and build brands. And you know, it's a huge capital investment. It's a very, very challenging business model, but there's a great future for ultra premium and small wineries here, and many of them have done well. They just need support, and they shouldn't be paying everything they make back to the government.
Okay. No question. He's just fixing. You know, you've talked about the link between the wine industry and the tourism and hospitality industry, and I don't think there'd be anybody in this room that would argue that your company's probably done it better than any other company in Niagara. I mean, notwithstanding your bad advice to your father, you know, Trius and Gretzky Estates and Peller Estates and Riverbend, these are really massive investments, just not in putting or pressing grapes and making bottles of wine. It's in the hospitality industry. Is there more opportunity for that, or do we have land use problems preventing that? Is it a possibility to build what you want to build at Riverbend, or is there going to be too many hurdles? How does that work?
I mean, there'll be, you know, it'll require the support of the town and the region.
Okay.
And you know, it's for sure that they're not going to allow anybody who owns a vineyard to start building a shopping mall or a hotel on it. I mean, I support the Greenbelt exclusively. It is that land is gold, and we need to develop to its highest and best use. But I still think there's unlimited potential in Niagara Falls alone for us to improve the food and hospitality and the hotel and the entertainment, and integrate the premium industry more and the cultural things that we stand. I mean, hell, there's like $20 billion in hospitality investment alone. So that I think we're just getting going, and I think we have to make sure our policies are coordinated and supportive. But like I said, it's when these 6 sub-economies start to work together. You know, I never finished explaining that whole period in Napa Valley going from St. Helena to what it is today, it took 20 years, which is pretty quick.
Yep.
And it's amazing when you give people the incentive to invest, they'll invest. You put up a stop sign and say, we don't want your investment, they won't.
Right.
And that's the unfortunate predicament that we're in right now.
Great. I'm looking, I don't see any other questions. You're talking about Napa. Tell us about that journey. I'm so sorry. My mistake. Please, go ahead.
Thank you. Thank you very much for your presentation. I think your vision is quite exciting. Looking forward to it coming to fruition. But one of the questions I wanted to raise, and you touched on it a bit with the Greenbelt, is that one of the elements is building construction of communities. And I just wonder if you could comment on the balance between the need for the land to grow the vineyards, to have this, this vision versus the construction for you know, buildings and residences, because to me there's a little bit of a tug and pull there.
Yeah.
And I think it's a big challenge for municipalities to be able to balance the two.
It is not an easy issue. It's a war as old as time. I know Mark Marciano's
Mark
here.
Bassiano, you want to answer that too?
He's gonna speak, but you know, I know Mark and Fred Lozani and Jeff Pakin. You know, they're great developers, and there's lots of opportunity and space to develop here. And at the same time, these are things you have to work out in the community. There's a natural trade-off here. And if they hadn't protected our green space, we would not have the opportunity to build the industry that will make great communities going forward. So that I have no doubt that there are challenges with them. They've told me about that. And there's still plenty of opportunities in all of those towns here in the peninsula, have lots of area within their boundaries to grow and develop. And you know, I'm 100% confident that this can be done in a cooperative way that benefits both sides.
Thank you.
Thank you. Yeah, any other questions? I see a hand, but no, go ahead.
Sure, you mentioned that the number of wineries hasn't significantly increased in the region since 2005, and it's kind of stagnated at 150 wineries. Is that because there's a lack of return on investment because of all the restrictions that are in place? Like what are some of the, sorry?
That's the only reason. That is the only reason. You know, normally when people make small winery investments, they're going to struggle on their cash flow to break even no matter what. But invariably over time, the value of their property grows, and the return on their investment comes as much from the growth in their retail investment. I mean, we built Peller Estates in 2001. We paid $4,000 an acre for that property. It's worth a lot more now. And similarly, the land in the Okanagan that we currently farm, we paid $20,000, $30,000, and it's worth $300,000 an acre. So it speaks to the fact that you need to get into this business with a long-term investment horizon. You need to be able to put a lot of money in and have some faith and confidence that there's going to be a return at the end. You know, we haven't talked about the LCBO. We have the same market share, our wine industry, in the LCBO today, 27%, that we had 30 years ago. We have one domestic wine promotion in September, a year in the LCBO. Where they sell premium wine and vintages, we're not even there. So all these other countries don't let anybody even sell wine in there. And if we planted this whole region out, we'd take our market share at the LCBO from 27 up to 40, 45. We'd max out at that point. So it's not like we're opposed to having other people sell wine here. But it is idiotic that they have this ability to create demand for our product and support the people who want to invest for it in the long term. we'll do well with visitors visiting our region. You know, certainly e-commerce and hospitality, there's a lot of opportunities for us, but we need coordinated support and policies from a government that should want us to make these investments, and they can support it.
Thank you. Mishka, I'm getting the wrap up. I got the feeling I was getting close. Listen, I don't know if there's a formal thank you or if you're going to come up and tell him to pick up his parting gifts or whatever. but certainly from it's probably a bottle of wine.
It is, for sure. I hope.
But from my perspective, as somebody who's worked, 35 years in the hospitality industry here in Niagara, I can't tell you how important the investments that companies like yours have made in our industry. And I couldn't echo your comments more about the return it gets for the entire industry. And so just on a personal note, on behalf of the tourism industry and the tourism and hospitality industry, we've really appreciated the time and effort, John.
Thank you, everybody.
Thank you, John. Thank you, Noel. What a great Q&A. That was extremely educational and inspiring to think of what we could become. So if we follow what John was saying. So our last panel of the day, we're getting close. It's sponsored by Forest Woodhead Wealth Management Group with National Bank Financial Wealth Management. Unfortunately, Madeline Woodhead, who is a friend to so many of us, and former board chair of the Niagara Community Foundation, by the way. Unfortunately, Maddie is not able to join us, but she sends her regards. So our next panel is about affordable housing, a huge topic here in the region. And this panel will be moderated by our friend Laurie Beach. Laurie, if you could join me on stage. Laurie Beach is the Executive Director of Bethlehem Housing and Support Services, one of the largest nonprofit housing organizations here in the Niagara region. She serves as the chair of the Niagara Region Home for All Housing Affordability and Innovation Committee and a member of the Niagara Region Housing and Homeless Community Task Force. And for the rest of the panel, please come up as I introduce you. Ryan Mounsey is the Supervisor of Economic Development in Kitchener-Waterloo. He's also a member of the Affordable Housing and Homelessness Core Team and has over 20 years of land development planning, urban design, and economic development experience. Craig Rutan joins us today. Craig is the Senior Director of Policy at the Toronto Region Board of Trade. Craig's key work is on the lack of affordable and suitable housing options for people at nearly all income levels. Next up, someone that doesn't really need a whole lot of introduction in this area, Mark Bassiano, heart as big as his handshake. Mark is the owner-principal of the Mountain View Group and is a renowned local philanthropist. Over 40 years in business, Mountain View has grown to become one of Niagara's largest home builders. And Robert Hogue is the Assistant Chief Economist and member of the Macroeconomic and Regional Analysis Group with RBC Economics. He is responsible for providing analysis and forecasts for the Canadian housing market. And finally, Keith Gowans is the president of Aloft Housing, a builder of innovative housing solution in unconventional urban spaces. Keith is also the former COO at Habitat for Humanity, where he revitalized their building program and the Restore social enterprise. So, Laurie, over to you.
Hello. Nice to meet all of you. All right, took us a moment to get wired up.
Is that what you're looking for?
I think we're okay. Are we all set then? Everybody can hear me?
Very special.
Great. Hello, everyone. Hello. Yeah, you can respond if you like. All right. And I think I get the biggest panel. We filled up all the chairs. and I'm very excited about this topic. Sometimes people ask me to come and give a 5-minute presentation on housing, and I'm like, really? So I get to talk about housing for a good hour, right? And talking about housing issues, we can do that from a wide range of perspectives, because it's a very complex issue. Am I getting a buzzing, or am I okay?
Probably my mic here.
Okay. Reposition. And we can speak to housing from, as I say, a variety of perspectives. The right to housing as a human right, the financialization of housing and housing as a commodity, housing continuum, types of housing as it relates to household income, unattainable home ownership for young people, the homeless, vulnerable members of our community in core and deep housing need. And we've heard and we talk a lot about housing with a focus on the problems, the challenges, and the need from all these different perspectives. So we know what the needs are, and they are top of mind because housing issues are hitting closer and closer to home. We've heard a lot about that today, hinted at, and of course, if it hasn't already, it will impact you in some way. And it will have an impact on all of us in some way. And so a lot of our focus today is going to be on attainable housing. And that's where we've been talking about as employers, it's impacting you because of you want to be able to ensure that that your employees are going to have a place to live. It's getting harder and harder, so it's going to impact you. 5 years ago, we were talking about people on the streets and what to do about it. And then we walked away and went back to our places of business. Well, now it's impacting you, it's impacting your children and where they're going to live and how they are not going to be able to own homes. So today, we're going to focus on the fact that we have new tools. We have a new set of municipal governments in Ontario, and we are in the first year of a provincial government. Both have a clear mandate to build more homes and reduce the cost of housing. But we are facing the lowest rate of housing availability in the G7 and decades of undersupply in the housing market. These problems took a generation to grow, but we can't wait another generation to solve them. So I'm glad to be joined by a panel with expertise in for-profit, nonprofit housing, innovative building practices and policy options, in finance and the economics of the housing market, and in municipal solutions. So we're fortunate to, I'm going to just, because I can't see all of you, I'm going to move a little bit. We're fortunate to have people with us today who not only identify problems, but offer solutions. And our focus is on finding out how we can take the brakes off of housing, perhaps unpack those new tools, the More Homes Built Faster Act, and discuss ideas to build more and more affordable housing and homes here in Niagara. So obviously we have lots of questions that we're going to get through, and I know we've got lots of, all the chairs filled up, as I mentioned, so, and we have, as I mentioned, lots to talk about, but we're going to focus in on some of those things that I mentioned. So let's try to keep our answers brief, and I know, just like me, you all have a lot to say. So I'm going to start with Robert. The announcements of October 25th saw some major shifts in provincial policy around housing. How do you see that affecting the market?
Right, and I mean, it's a new round of talk, right? And we've been talking about the housing, especially on the supply side, and I think it would be a bit naive to expect that this would lead to like a very quick changes in terms of our housing affordability and making, suddenly the dream of owning a home much more realistic for especially the younger cohorts. Now, that being said, and this is something that economists have been talking for years now, like fundamentally the issue of housing affordability was one of a lack of supply. Demand has been strong, and especially throughout COVID, we're seeing that demand really ramped up for a whole pile of reasons, but including, you know, exceptionally low interest rates, and it's been the inability of the supply side to adjust quickly enough to that demand. So, you know, an emphasis on the supply side is something that it's been a long time coming, and it's great to see. And I would also argue that it's great to see that recognition at pretty much all levels of government. You mentioned at the municipal levels, and you know, with the recent election, that's been a hot topic, you know, and much discussed. But I would go back all the way to the federal budget as well, back in the spring, that finally the federal government also made that recognition and proposed some avenues here. Now, but clearly we have to be very clear about where, you know, where the most of the jux of the matter is. It's more of the local level, as John mentioned, you know, in the previous session there. And ultimately, this will be, you know, those issues will be dealt with at the community level, the municipal level, but all levels of government need to be lined up here. And I think finally we're starting to see this. Those are great aspirations, but I think on a go forward, we'll have to see executing those plans. We'll need to see those things come forward. Now, whether it is in terms of the zoning issues and allowing more gentle density, or addressing this missing middle issue in many of our urban areas, it is about development costs that every builder will say in some cases are, you know, huge obstacles to build new affordable housing. And also to grow our rental stock as well. So those are, no, back to October 25th, I think those are part of that package. Yeah. But it's great to see, but I think now is that the real game starts in terms of executing on those plans.
Well, thanks for setting us off on that. Craig, you recently put forward an innovative set of proposals around housing focused on how Ontario can increase the building of townhouses and triplexes in low-density neighborhoods, while at the same time sensitive to local needs and ways to break the logjam that prevents housing development at the municipal level. Your initiative would reshape the municipal-provincial relationship. So was the announcement we mentioned what you wanted to see? Should it have gone further?
Great question. I think that this was a really good start in the legislation. So the crux of what we had called for was to say, for permitting these, you know, triplexes, townhouses, fourplexes, a lot of municipalities don't allow them in many places where homes are allowed to be built. And it can be challenging to get something like that through a municipal council when there's a lot of resistance to change. And so that's why we said the province really needs to lead here. So I was really excited to see in the legislation that they did take this major step by saying that 3 units are allowed on every residential lot in neighborhoods across the province. Where I'd like to, and I think this sets a really good foundation, because we need to start somewhere, and I think letting people get accustomed to that and to see that actually doing that isn't going to destroy their neighborhood, that it's just going to create opportunities for maybe them to downsize and their kids to live in another unit on the same property, divide it into a duplex, build a garden suite. I think that's a great step. Where I'd love to see it go next would be to increase the permissions of the building envelope so that the multiplex can be a little bigger than maybe the single family home on the street. You know, we're not talking about a condo tower or even a 4-story apartment building, but a little bit larger. And then to see that permission increase to, I'd love to see at least 4 units per lot.
Mm-hmm. Well, density is a big topic, and this is the gentle density, but we also need to talk about the bigger density.
Exactly.
I also want to, now that you've heard some of the things we're going to be talking about, remind you that you're probably thinking up some of your own questions, that we do have the mics. So please be ready to come up to the mic and ask your own questions as well. But over to Mark. Would the recently announced provincial changes help you as a developer, or do we need solutions more aligned with Craig's suggestions or an altogether different set of approaches?
So I'll start by, first of all, I agree totally with Craig's opening comment about, you know, when you look at this legislation, there's no question this is the most significant piece of legislation with respect to regulating development and building in Ontario, 50 plus years, maybe even longer, much longer than that. So I do agree with Craig's statement, and the industry welcomes this legislation because it's going to take a far different toolbox today to address some of these problems than it did historically. I read something the other day and I had a hard time believing it, so someone in my office much smarter than me proved it to me. I read that from 1970 to 1979, we built more homes in the province of Ontario than we did in 2011 to 2021. Now, my late father would have argued that's because my generation doesn't know what they're doing. I would hope, and there are those in this room that probably agree with that, but I would suggest that, you know, one of the starting points for both the industry and municipalities, particularly municipalities at the local level, we need to look back historically and say, okay, why is that? What exactly happened that changed the playing field for everybody, so much so that, you know, that's the case. I think the new legislation, there's two pieces of legislation, actually. We keep talking about Bill 23. The one prior to that, I think, was Bill 109, and it was called More Houses, More Choice. Bill 23 has got this fancy name, Build Houses Faster. That's a little misleading, but, you know, the reality is those two pieces of legislation allow the municipalities, it allows the industry to collaboratively go in directions that historically it may not have allowed to go. You know, I know a lot of you and some of my colleagues here that work on the municipal side are probably thinking, oh, this guy's going to beat up on us today. And it, you know, you give me a lot of material to work with on most days. However, that said, I would be irresponsible to suggest the solution lies on both sides.
Yes.
Especially now. Things are very different now. The market is very diverse, what people want, how they behave, where they want to live, why they want to live there, what are the reasons. It's so much different. So much has happened just in the last 20 years. So the beauty of some of this legislation is it eliminates some of the shackles that have been both put on municipalities and the industry, and I hope that it's embraced. Now, I know it's big and scary at first. You know, some of the, and I'm looking at Chair Bradley here, you know, he's probably got a lot of his staff. Now, what are we going to do? We have less responsibilities. What's our role tomorrow? And I certainly, and he certainly doesn't have those answers right this minute. The reality is time will answer those questions. Things will be different, and we need to get out of these boxes that we've been in historically in order to address these issues. But long answer to your short question, there is no question in my mind that this legislation is absolutely key to address you know, what I'll call a crisis, perhaps the biggest housing shortage, certainly in Niagara, of a generation.
Okay, great. Thank you. Does the municipality person want to respond back on that question at all, or should we wait to?
I will fit it in my answers.
All right, just checking. Let's go over to Keith then, because I want to ask about some of the non-traditional housing builds, and how do you see the housing market shaping up in the future?
Well, I think we're going to have to approach housing really differently. I echo Craig and Mark's comments really as far as the we're at a crossroads, and you can kind of say that we're going to have a large social disruption to what we believe housing will be and what it can become. It's exciting, and I don't envy anybody in municipal offices or planning offices right now in the next year actually to find out how we're actually going to enact these policies. But certainly when we do, the need is so great. And from a perspective of developments will have to change. So developments will have to echo moving away from R1 or single-use housing to multi-dwelling situations. And that could be just building up. We'll still need single housing solutions, certainly, but we have to look beyond that because, again, the need is so great. When you look at the numbers, they're staggering. 1.8 million houses are going to be needed in the next 10 years. Those are big, big numbers, and we're not only just going to say, let's just keep building outwards, because that doesn't make sense. It only adds to the burden of municipalities. Some of the states have bankrupted some municipalities, and just all that aging infrastructure will continue to age, and those costs will be burdened to future generations to come. So yes, I think housing is going to change. As far as an innovative approach, I think there's a lot of innovation right now that's happening. So there's a lot of industrial plazas that are changing over to housing. Churches are redesigning their structures and adding housing components. Retail organizations or retail places are actually changing into residential housing as well. A great example of that up is in Wellandwood, Warburg Place. Drew's got a great initiative up there with the Seaway Mall and adding residential components to the closing of the Target Center there. From our company's perspective, what we looked on is a solution to aid housing in urban cores. We're really big believers in intensifying the urban structures, urban cores. So we looked at underutilized lands. The simple way to really say that is we're in a car-centric, we are all car-centric people. So with that, we need parking lots. And that parking lot is really underutilized. So what we came up with is a solution for a compact living solution to add important housing to the infrastructure and the closer to all the amenities, transportation hub services and things like that. And hopefully keeping workers close to where they work, right? I don't know anybody who wakes up and says, I can't wait to battle traffic today, right? It just doesn't exist, right? So hopefully we can bring these workers in. In Niagara, as John said, tourism and the industries, the service industries there, they need places to live, right? And sometimes they can't afford these places, or maybe there's a lack of housing for these people. So we're going to have to come up with a variety of innovative approach. That's our approach to it. We hope it'll work, but we're actually going to have to look outside the box. And as I said, the municipalities in which we're engaging right now and working, they're really receptive of different out-of-the-box types of methods to provide housing, and we're thankful for that. But in the end, I guess, as far as a community perspective goes, where I hope we go in that year of planning how we're going to enact this, is really taking a look at what we want a community to look like and function in the future. And that's a personal thing from my perspective, but I hope we do. We have the time to plan.
I've seen some of your models. We've heard a lot about tiny homes and container homes. Maybe you can speak to that really quickly. Does this fall into a similar type of model? What you're building innovations?
We've developed a small, we like to kind of call it compact living. It's a buzzword, I guess. I don't know. Maybe it'll catch on after today. But it is a smaller space. We tend to really not use a lot of the space that we have in houses right now. Houses are always getting bigger. We're big believers in really intensifying and maximizing the use of space. So our dwellings are, believe it or not, for single use is only 220 to 300 square feet in size. We make use of multifunctionality within that space. The main living area is 10 feet high. It's the main living area, by 10 feet by 10 feet. So it is an open area as such. But really, we're really big believers in, we want people to go outside, right? We want people to connect, and community is so important for us all to really be evolved into. So that's our solution.
Yeah, it's a little bit different than those other trends that we've been talking about. All right, Ryan, then obviously builders like Mark and Keith can only work if they have the resources to do it. So let's turn to land use. Niagara Region's official plan proposes that at least 60% of new development take place within existing built-up areas. Have other regions been able to accomplish this? And how can multiple levels of government put their inventory of land to best use?
Thank you for that easy question.
They're all
First, I'm from outside the region, so thank you for having me. It is a pleasure to be here. I would highlight that as the Chamber of Commerce, you are the economic engines of each of the communities, so thank you. Our chambers, Greg and Ian, are very thankful and say hello. And I think by starting that question, I would say that these are challenging times. With imports and exports, I'll be a little playful for a second. We exported Michelle Sergi, your commissioner, from Waterloo Region to here. And so Michelle will know quite well. I'm having tea with her and coffee afterwards. So I'd start off by saying urban growth boundaries is the basis to create intensification. These are hard choices. In our community, we had to create that. When you have a lake and an escarpment, that naturally creates it with some borders. So I think that that will be helpful to achieve some of the goals, and it's a mindset with policy to move up rather than out, knowing that you need both. So it's that kind of transition in thinking that we're talking about by saying, how do you prepare your community to think about triplexes versus a single? And that's what that missing middle policy regime will help with, for sure. I think in terms of our communities having a light rail transit, fixed transit does help by removing incentives as well. So in our community, we saw a massive influx of investment by removing incentives when you have a light rail transit to stimulate growth. We have a tech center, so how we use our land, and I'll finish up very quickly, is the role of government in this case is how do you best use your land? For our community, because the housing was picking up with demographics of millennials now being your major workforce, I'm the smallest workforce as a next gen. Wow. It's going to happen and we're here. And so the next generations in demographics is going to fuel our housing. And so, but understanding the land use policies that support it easily and quickly, because it's going to move faster than my generation. So lastly, I think in terms of how we use land, in our community, we use it for economic development purposes. I spent 7 years in ECDev. How do you position land for School of Pharmacy? How do you use it for think tanks? You don't make any money in think tanks, but it's human capital. So the reason and how you use land for government is very important with multi-use buildings, multi-story buildings. Now it's affordable housing. So in our community, it's about making a government shift with building better futures to develop a policy to say, how do you use public land? Let's have an affordable housing strategy. How do you move city, township, and regionally owned land for affordable housing? So we're now going through the painful exercise, not thinking about 1 or 2 stories, but maybe 25 stories. And so that's that shift that takes time. And I just center it about it is possible. You need to educate everyone about the reasons why. Your agricultural business. How do you protect farmland? Your economic lifeblood. And so it's about educating people to say we're going to do it differently. So having easy zoning tools to facilitate the development to meet the timelines will be critical. And that's all communities, just not the big urban centers, the smaller ones as well. Where do farmers retire? They may not want to always move to the big city. They may prefer the smaller communities. So it takes everyone working together. So I'll just conclude by saying I think the legislation will have some immediate impacts if it moves through with certain timelines. Right. How can you avoid site plan for 10-unit buildings or less? And what I'd weave into the conversation is that the more housing you can provide for everyone, the less pressure on the low to moderate income housing, because they're all competing for the same housing. And so the more housing that comes in to attract the talent, to bring the people in, we need more housing for low and moderate incomes. That's my sole purpose is to help deliver 2,500 affordable housing units over 5 years. That's a lot of pressure with our teams, and we have a cross-divisional team moving on our surplus lands. So I could go all day long, but I think I covered the points in the sense that use your land carefully, educate your community, and have the tools in place to move.
Okay, then that's great. Thank you for responding to that and the couple of previous questions as well. And so following from that, as residential use of land grows, we want to have others respond to this, and as housing expands towards existing industrial and commercial sites, what does that mean for employment land, what we call employment lands? And can industry and residents coexist as neighbors, or is it even foolish to try? Who wants to talk? You want to?
I'm happy to jump in first on
All
that.
right.
Employment lands are obviously critical, and it is a new tension point that we're in right now of trying to make sure we have enough land for each. And these are good problems for us to have. Let's remember, this is a problem of growth, where we have growing jobs and employment, more people wanting to move to our cities and regions. So it's a good thing, but it means that we need to actually be planning and thinking about how we maintain these balance. So we've started doing some thinking as our Board of Trade on this, and really where we think is we need a better regional strategy and plan. And it's something that, again, can't be thought of in individual local municipalities, that everyone wants that new auto plant, but sometimes they don't want the trucks that go with it. And also sometimes they might be really poorly suited for it. Toronto certainly could not host a new auto manufacturing facility with the amount of land that it needs. So we really need to be thinking about this on a regional level and ensuring that the right protections are in place and that sites are identified for major investments, while also making sure that, and starting to think again about what is the difference and change in how industrial land is used. A lot of the factories today are not the factories of even 40 or 50 years ago. There's a lot less noise, a lot less pollution, and some of those could potentially coexist closer to residential areas, particularly things like warehouses, excuse me. So I think there is potential to coexist, but from my perspective, I think we need to have that plan to solidify it.
Well, that's a great response. Does anyone else want to?
This is probably where I get into trouble, but
No, I thought maybe there was a.
I agree with a lot of what Craig has said. I think locally here in Niagara, I think municipalities need to be very strategic about what lands they're keeping for what purposes when it comes to non-residential uses. The reality is, commercial and industrial exist very nicely together. Now we're seeing in Niagara, condo buildings with the first floor being commercial. Some parts of this province, that's been going on forever. But here in Niagara, I think we're starting to see very nice examples of how commercial and residential can work together. I think when we look at industrial, the slaughterhouses, the forges, those, you're not living next to those. And in all fairness to those businesses, they don't want, residents around them because they cannot coexist. But that's not the economy we have in Niagara today. I think that boat of heavy industrial and big manufacturers, nuisance manufacturers, those days are gone. Those employers are not coming to Niagara. We should look at where our employment lands are. I don't want to pick on any individual municipalities, but they all have these lands somewhere where they don't make a lot of sense. They're far from the highway, they're not serviceable, they won't be serviceable for a long time, yet they're hanging on to these lands. I think you have to look at existing inventory that you have, your empty buildings. Do you have industrial parks? Do you have non-residential areas that are underutilized? Are there lands there where growth can happen instead of holding on to lands that potentially could be repurposed for residential? So I think the idea of a strategic plan and the region, most municipalities looking at that, I think that's the key locally to having the two coexist.
Again, thinking outside the box and creative solutions. Did you want to counter that?
Well, compliment, in
Compliment.
fact, in the
Absolutely.
sense that I'm the guest.
Trying to get a good discussion going here.
So
Everybody's
I think,
agreeing with each other. That's great.
I think to show how you work with each industry, because it is about talent attraction as well. And whoever moves on the industrial side, there's rules in place that measure some of this. But how do you upzone and get more housing along the major corridors on the transit to get to the employment areas? What manufacturer may say is, where's your talent? Where's your universities? How do you get there in colleges? And so if you can load more density on your major corridors to get more people there, that's important for business usually. And the other side to it, I think, in terms of compatibility, is a comment about a strategic plan, shopping centers. So what Toronto has taught us is that you add lots of people in shopping center sites to support the retail that's there. And so that thinking takes years to migrate to other communities. So shopping center sites have services, they probably have a plan, and find ways to kind of reposition them over time, and you'll see some successes. And so the more you can layer that in, the uplift on small zoning properties, not employment properties, but small zoning properties, there's tremendous uplift in land value. Maybe you can put some affordable housing on a site that is a mixed income project that supports the neighborhood.
Yes,
So just throwing some ideas out for solutions is that think about retail and e-commerce. We're right beside an amazing shopping center. That will have legs. And so how do you then work around the communities to make them boutique, important, what they need to be? But how do you layer in housing? So it's a complementing piece to,
Yes, absolutely.
to build on it.
Thank you for that. I'm going to just jump over to this gentleman here who's been standing here for a while.
That's good. I could use the exercise. Thanks so much. Marc Nantel, Niagara College. I have a small comment and then a question. I live in Oakville.
Okay.
That's my, I'm just avowing this, which means that I see little bungalows being destroyed and massive homes built on them. And I'm thinking after the discussion, it's like, what's the difference between a massive home for one family or a same size home for 4 families? And I'd like to think that if there's no big pushback on the massive home for one family, there shouldn't be much pushback for the 4 families. But, and this is where my question comes in those laws about increasing the density and everything, which I'm all for, does it address also what that does to everything else? Traffic, need for schools, services, and the various levels of government who have to not only decide on this, but supply them. And does that all mesh well, or is there going to be some friction point at one point, or several points?
Okay. Who wants to take that on?
Well, I'll start on that one.
Sure.
Now, that's got a few
Yeah,
questions in there,
yeah,
everyone loaded, but.
Unpack that a little bit.
So okay. So first of all, the biggest problem is the unknown. Most people, most existing residents, what scares them most is the unknown of knowing what's going to be redeveloped next to them, beside them. I use an example of commercial plazas. I can show you numerous examples where if the commercial plaza exists, you have no problem selling residents around it. If you do the reverse and you put the plaza at the end, the council chamber is rammed with people because the unknown scares the hell out of them, okay? So when you start talking about triplexes, quadruplexes, higher densities just in general, it's just a fear that exists in the marketplace, particularly in Niagara, because in Niagara, it's relatively new for us to see these densities. When you hear numbers of 10 or 12 units per acre, in other parts of Ontario, that's low density. That is very low density. So again, it's part of the education. Time will hopefully bring about the change where people are not so worried about the unknown. It's like high-rise buildings. I, for one, do not understand the fear every time you open your mouth and you start talking about stories. People freak out. Yes. I don't know why, personally, because there are lots of tools and site plan tools to control things like shadowing. And now, you're going to get, you know, this is unpopular, I'm sure, you're going to get a part of the market or part of the population that says, well, I don't care, I just don't want to live beside a building. Well, we're going to have to come up with a way to respectfully listen to them, but then move on, because in that attitude, there is no solution, and that's the problem. So I respect everyone's points of view, but the idea is you have to move forward somehow. When you do start talking about higher densities, though, there's no question the municipalities, they have to worry about sewer capacity, they have to worry about delivering services, they have to worry about, you know, local councillors. First thing that happens, all these people are parked on my street, especially around holidays and family gatherings. What's going on with no parking? As units get smaller, you don't have as much room in the driveway as you do on that monstrous, you know, house that you're talking about. So there are challenges when we start talking about higher densities. And I don't mean just for the industry. Actually, that part's easier for the industry to deal with. Municipalities, though, do have to get their heads around servicing strategies, infrastructure strategies, and logistics like parking, parks, those types of things. And I hope I know there were 3 or 4 questions there.
Yeah, there were. And that can bring us to the question about development charges as well, right? True one. Okay, we'll skip that one.
Aren't we out of time?
All right.
Okay. Can I just add to Mark's comments a little bit? Is that we're quite unique in North America, where we have these all these single dwellings everywhere, but when we go out to internationally travel, we see all these really beautiful blended communities with commercial development. You can go for a cafe, a shop, or a glass of wine or whatnot. And then we come back here, and we're the first to argue about development here in locally. So we really have to, and I'm glad, somewhat glad that the legislation has the ability to really, quite honestly, begin to say no. To these people that, and I don't say these people, but to the people that are against change, because change or gentle density, whatever you want to kind of call it, they call it gentle density to make it gentler, right? So, but density as itself isn't necessarily a bad thing, and hopefully we can kind of change those perceptions. And we're already seeing some municipalities, going to Mark's comment about cars, and my previous comment before, my parents had a one-car family, and now most families have 4 or 5 car families, right? So all this is integrated into street development and all that other stuff. And with that, the ratio of street improvement to transportation is a ratio of 7:1. So that has to change, and some municipalities are actually adopting new parking rezoning policies to limit parking to inhibit more housing growth as well.
Sure. Okay, Robert, I have a question for you, but I want to also make sure we get to the audience folks as well. But this gentleman here, I think, was next. Is that right?
Yeah, I'll go.
Okay.
Hi, my name is David Yip. I have a question about development charges. I hope this doesn't preempt the discussion a little bit.
See, we tried to skip that
one. So we're in a housing crisis.
All right, we'll
There's
talk about
a huge lack of supply. Development charges basically amount to a tax on new housing. So how do we change the discussion, the conversation around development charges? I mean, we hear these expressions like growth should pay for growth, which I personally believe is just not the right way to look at things. If we agree as a community that we need more young people, we need immigrants, and we need new housing, I don't think that development charges should be the exclusive way to pay for it. So I was wondering if, as a business group and as a community of developers, how can we change the way that municipalities think about development charges? Thanks.
Again, everybody's looking at me to start this one.
You wanted to do it, okay.
All right. So, I mean, okay, development charges is a topic that we can go on for a very long time.
Yes, we can. We'll
But,
have to wrap up soon.
To be brief, first of all, the development charge, the industry, and I personally support development charges. They're very important because they're needed to facilitate that future growth that we're all talking about. And I know, often the battle between municipalities and developers on development charges will go on forever, I can tell you that. The thing, how you have to view a development charge is really a tax. It's a tax on the person that doesn't live in this beautiful community that we all enjoy every day. So, we have to be very conscious of how that money gets collected, how that money gets spent. One of the things I like about Bill 23, and I know it's going to be a little bit painful for my colleagues at municipalities for the first little while, is there's going to be a lot more accountability around how those charges are charged. There's going to be a lot more transparency, around how that money gets spent. There's going to be caps and freezes, hopefully relative to the economic conditions of the day, to help lessen the impact, the erosion, if you will, to home affordability that development charges have come to be. Development charges, just to give you an idea, and it's quite a range, but since 2002, they've increased from 300 to 850%. There is no question development charges are not have to be part of the solution, because if you're going to talk about home affordability or affordable housing, whichever term, they're two different things, but whichever one you want to use, development charges is not something that can be ignored. So I hope I answered the question, because it entails quite a bit of things.
Yep, go ahead.
As the lone government person, this is a really tough question because it's complicated.
It's very complicated.
But what I would say is that at the end of the day, someone has to pay.
Yeah.
And so it's how do you pay and how do you relieve? For small projects, a development charge can be really, really impactful, so you don't get any economies of scale. So by reducing or incentivizing, say, no development charge on a third unit. Okay, it's $20,000 to $30,000 to $40,000. How much rent does that take to pay on a project forever? So I think if you're really strategic about development charges, how do you lessen or discount development charges on industrial development to incentivize manufacturing? But someone has to pay for the pipes. And so at the end of the day, it's a communication thing. In Waterloo Region, there's a lot of engineers, and it's very transparent. And so we know the impacts could be delaying projects to help pay for some of this work. So this is that fine edge about saying, how do you do it fairly in a way that makes sense? How do you phase it in? How do you put caps on top of it so there's not a big jump? And so I think there's better ways to communicate about the importance of growth, because we do need to grow. And so how do we do it with our various groups? Probably more tools are needed to help with growth from different levels. And I'll just cap it there because it's a really supercharged issue. But every dollar that's added on top of a project affects the end user. And so how do we do a better job? So it's a conversation we can talk later, I'm sure.
First, did you want to make one more comment?
If
Very
I
quickly.
may. So I think that's very accurate. I think you have to look at development charges as investments.
Yeah.
I think if you're, if you're looking at, so if you're looking at a non-for-profit housing project.
Yes.
And you want to waive development charges, that makes sense. Okay, that's the easy part though. And I'm going to say it, and this is going to be the more painful part. The question is, how does it get paid for? Because somebody's paying, there's no question, nothing is free. Anyone that tells you that, they're lying to you. The question becomes, from a strategic point of view, are municipalities prepared to say, okay, we're not going to offset that development charge waiver on the backs of somebody who hasn't been here yet? In other words, should some of the infrastructure or some of the forgiveness of development charges come out of the general tax base? Now, I know, a lot of people in here are going, what are you, nuts? That comes out of my pocket. Yes, it does. But if we're going to embrace this whole concept of investing in a community, it's not just about businesses and it's not just about companies investing and taking all the risk on their own. Municipalities have to be prepared to say, okay, there's a cost to my decision here today, and what is it on behalf of? That is going to be a very hard, I made it sound easy, that's going to be a very difficult shift for a lot of municipalities to make, because those are very, very difficult decisions. And I'll be honest with you, I wouldn't want to make them, which is why you don't see my name on a ballot box.
Okay.
Because when you are in council and you are talking, if I said to somebody, we're going to build a nonprofit housing for 1,000 units and we're going to do it here, I would get so much support until I said, okay, but everybody in Niagara, it's going to cost you $1,000 out of your pocket. Then all of a sudden you start to see people's mindset or their willingness to support. They think it's great idea, but wait a minute, it's not so great if it's got to come out of my pocket. And development charges have to be viewed that way sometimes because they are investment in future infrastructure, and as mentioned, somebody's got to pay for that pipe.
Okay. All right, very good, well said. And again, we could certainly talk about this for some time. We have a couple other things we wanted to get to, but also we have another person waiting in the wings here. Go ahead, quickly.
Yes, Ian Ellingham, I'm with the Quartet Group, and I've been involved in the development industry in Niagara and other places for quite a number of decades. And it's been partially touched on, but I think I'd like to hear the next piece of it from whoever wants to address it, which has to do with overcoming the NIMBY effect. Because, for instance, I've heard all sorts of astonishing things. I've built a lot of seniors housing. And one of the things that I did find out from neighborhood groups is that everybody, once they become a senior, whatever age that is, buys a very loud motorcycle. In my own neighborhood, there are people who haven't talked to me for 8 or 9 years because I said that one of the lot splittings down the street was probably a good idea. So in this, the industry has been very good in the earlier parts of the 20th century at selling the idea of single-family dwelling. I live in an R1 zone, so on.
Okay,
How exactly do you propose that we change public opinion so it doesn't pressure the politicians and everyone else to do what they've been doing to us for decades. We need a policy of something. What do we do?
Go ahead.
Sure, yeah, I'm happy to jump in first on that. It's a great question. I think there's a couple things. One is it's really a discussion. We're talking about hearts and minds here. I think there's a lot of addressing that fear of the unknown Mark talked about as well, really needing to try and help people understand and to personalize it, to think about the impacts on their own family, as especially now with how widespread the housing crisis has become. People can see, quite frankly, they don't know how their children will be able to live in the same city or town they grew up in, and they're looking around and thinking about downsizing and seeing that there aren't any options. So I do think that that's one aspect of it in terms of letting people personalize that and connect to it on that sort of emotional level. But another piece, quite frankly, is making it harder for NIMBYs to stop projects from going forward. And that is something that we do see in the new housing bill, the More Homes Built Faster, where third-party appeals are no longer allowed for projects. And that's going to be a big change. I think people are going to be very surprised when that comes in and all of a sudden they realize that their power to try and halt a project, it might end up putting more pressure on municipalities with residents saying, you should oppose this. But I think ultimately it's now putting the ball more in the court of the decision makers who should be there making these decisions to say, if we do need housing to be built and if this is actually a crisis we need to address, then we can't allow anyone with $400 to tie it up for another 3-4 years and maybe kill the project completely.
Yeah, seen that happen a few times. All right, thank you very much. I hope, again, that answered the question. I'm sorry we're running out of time for questions because I'm being told I have to wrap this up. Obviously, again, we can talk about this a lot, and there's so much to talk about. And I wanted to get to Craig over there, who's, Craig, am I?
I'm Craig.
You're,
It's Rob.
yeah, they've given me it backwards. So,
Sorry, I think we messed it up.
I apologize, the gentleman down there. Rob, thank you. We're going to end with just a quick question on what is the most important thing we can do right now to build more and more affordable housing? It says that I'm supposed to ask you to do that in one sentence, but I want to give you a chance because it's been, we haven't had a chance to really talk with you much. So you get to go first.
All right. But I think this is what we've been talking about all session here. I think it's to get going in those construction, remove those obstacles to building, to get, and it's partly, and something we haven't really talked about is on the land tribunal, to how they can, going forward, prioritize those projects that will get housing faster, like more housing units faster in the market. We need to get going. I mean, it's all implicit here that the demographics demand are just going to go, not just up, they're going to go up exponentially. Is it last week or the week before, federal government announced an increase in immigration targets? That's like 500,000
That's a lot.
New permanent residents by 2025. That's a lot. And a lot will come, more and more will come in the region here. There's still going to be many of them going to the large urban areas in Canada, and GTA included, or primary. So the pressure on the housing stock will keep growing. So those discussions will keep going on again, and hopefully we'll get some traction on that front.
Okay, thank you, and thank you for that. I know you had so much more to say, and we all do. But quickly, just down the line, you want to answer that question, Keith? What's the most important thing we can do right now?
First of all, that was more than one sentence.
I know. Well, that's why I let him, because we have
a
very
long
sentence.
Okay, but
yes.
that's okay.
I gave him that leeway.
It's a great answer. My
Absolutely
one
was.
sentence, it's
sure.
I live in Niagara Lake, so it seems to be the epicenter of NIMBYs and bananas, basically. Build absolutely nothing anywhere near anything.
Yeah.
But generally, I think what we're going to have to do as Canadians is really change our perception again to my my previous comments about how we perceive housing, right? And I love the website Strongtown, so I'll kind of quote something from Strongtowns. In order to change that perception, we need to better design neighborhoods, not just buildings. So.
Excellent. Go ahead.
Yeah, I would say we need to reframe more housing as a good thing, not a thing to be feared or stopped or slowed.
Well said.
3 bullets.
Okay.
Don't let NIMBYism dictate decisions. Don't let the status quo of the last 50 years dictate our next 50. And governments stay out of the way and let us as an industry do what we do best.
Okay, and then over to you, Ryan.
3 concepts in 1 sentence. So, supporting more funding to facilitate and leverage greater supportive housing with easier zoning. Put those 3 concepts into action, and surely we can help the most vulnerable do better for everyone.
Excellent.
That's it.
Excellent. Wow. That was amazing. Short. I thought we had lots of time, but we didn't. And obviously, we could have talked about a lot of things. I think I had five other questions to ask, but I'll just tie it up by saying thank you all very, very much for engaging. Thank you, all of you. I'm sorry if we missed some of your questions as well. And all these, again, perspectives are important. And that is what is at the root purpose of collaborating on housing solutions. And I'm just going to remind everyone that although we were talking about housing in the context of attainable housing and economics, please remember that people are at the very center of the housing issues and solutions. And housing is about and for people. If everyone has a right to housing, then housing is not a commodity. And it is a human right. And committing to that can change the conversation. Thank you all very, very much. And thank all of you.
Thank you, Lori, and thank you, panel. Feel free to exit stage left and pick up your parting luggage, toaster oven, bottle of Ontario wine, or Niagara wine for sure. It's been quite the day. We've done it. It's the end of the game, end of regulation. Thank you very much. The challenges that we tackled here today in an uncertain economy and labor shortage, the housing crisis, they're not unique to Niagara, but I feel if we all work together, we have those solutions that we can rise to the challenge. A quick thanks to the amazing GNCC team. A round of applause, please, for Karina, Hugo, Amy, Savannah, and obviously their fearless leader, Mishka, who's going to come up in a second. If you have any other questions about what you heard today, please do not hesitate to reach out to the GNCC team. They've been fantastic. And finally, all of this was made possible due to the tremendous community support. And our thanks go to the sponsors, so Niagara Region Economic Development, Brock University, RBC, Niagara College, Workforce Collective, Forest Woodhead Wealth Management Group, National Bank Financial, Wealth Management, TD Commercial Banking, Innovate Niagara, Decide Act, Scotiabank, Move 105.7, and News Talk 610 CKTB. They were here earlier today. Your TV, and finally, Sandbox Productions. It's been my pleasure to be your MC today. Thank you very much for your attention. Grateful for this opportunity to speak to this group. And I'd like to call on Mishka now to offer her final closing remarks. Mishka.
Please join me in thanking Brian. I'm losing my voice. I have to say, I'm not used to talking all day long in a room like this, so I'm actually losing my voice here slightly. But my thanks go to my colleagues, Hugo Cheshire, Karina Massacott, Brad Demirs, Amy Lloyd, Savannah Stewart, and Stephanie Farr for bringing us all together and for making it possible. We had a high number of volunteers helping us out too, and so it's my pleasure to acknowledge Sydney Lemon, Alexis Kleiman, Chris Ventura, Patricia Bernardo, Kristen Nielsen, Juliette Dunn, and Maria De Palma, and Tim. So thank you very much. We can't do it without you. And thank you. I don't know about you, but I listened to each and every of the conversations that actually went on today, and it reminded me of the treasure that we have in the home that we call actually Niagara. It's a world-class destination, but also it's a world-class opportunity in what we are facing. And when I looked at the discussion about the economy, I thought we need courage and vision to move forward. When I looked at the conversations that we had about the talent, attraction, and retention, I think it needs creativity, it needs innovation, and needs flexibility that we are being asked of. And when it comes to housing, I think we really need to embrace a new way of thinking about it and the policies that are in front of us. But our commitment to all of you from behalf of the GNCC is that we will have a follow-up report coming from this. We have recorded this session, and we will take the concepts and ideas that have been brought forward to bring them forward and to make sure they come to realization. One of the things with the summit that has always been really a pride of ours is that we don't have the same conversation time and time again. I don't want to stand here in a couple of years, I don't even want to stand here next year and have the same topics and discussion, but rather for us to saying, how do we move forward? And when I look around this room, I think with so many people, I think being on the same page, I'm really, and from all of us, we are looking forward to working with you and bringing this to life. So thank you very much for giving us these last 7-8 hours here today. It has made a difference to us and hopefully to you too. Have a great rest of the day.